Howdy, folks. Tell me, um, tell me if you can see and hear me. I am live, and we have a good little crowd. Remember, I'm starting pre-chat 2 hours early, so if you're joining on the recordings, just go 2 hours in, and then that will be the start of the formal vid chat. Let me say hello to everybody. We have a few early birds, as always. In the chat room, SG Flux 88, JW and AZ, Chime, Catherine 60 in Canada, and Xenophon. So we've got about 6 people in the chat room right now. We've been having a little talk about the conference culture, and welcome to TSC that just popped into the chat room. I don't remember TSC where you're from, so if you'd kindly give us your country in the chat window so that I can remember. We're getting so many new members, it's hard for me to keep up where everybody's from, and then if I don't see you regularly, I tend to forget as well. But yeah, the conference culture is it is getting bad, and that's kind of the goal that Yaron has had, is to remake the conference culture. I don't get invited to those other conferences except very occasionally, and I usually have to think very carefully about whether I'll go. Norway, that's right. Thank you, TSC. Sweden originally, then Italy, and now Norway. Yeah, the conference culture, I've commented many times about it, and I just, I've been to a couple of those UFO conferences, and they were okay, but I just don't like the culture. I don't like the feel. There's something off, and you know, it's my spiritual suspicion meter that goes off in those places. Now I don't know when the next secret space program conference is. The conference that they just held didn't do as well as they had hoped financially, and that has tapped into their reserve fund. So the next secret space program conference is at the moment kind of iffy. SG Flux is asking if I can recall any solid experience at conferences apart from the secret space program conference. Not really. The conference culture is so full, that the old conference culture is so full of so much woo-woo, and the stuff that hits the rotary oscillating motor that I just, people don't, when I have been to those kinds of conferences, a very few people have sought me out, but most of them are clinging around the divas, getting their fix of the ET religion, and it's just wild. The SSP conference did get a good number of streaming viewers. I do think the old conference culture is dying. It's showing its calcification. Pardon me, its calcification. Yeah, SG Flux said it right in the chat room. Says so much woo-woo and ego. No one wants to talk about serious issues that can be explained with evidence. It's all about who has the better anonymous whistleblower, and that precisely is my problem with it. It's a storytelling culture. It's everybody getting together around the campfire and telling stories. It's not research. It's not serious. You know, I just don't identify with that whole approach. Now, I'm not saying it's not legitimate. It is legitimate for a journalist to put out, you know, information from sources. But even in journalism, you know, you try to corroborate or check your sources, and this is the problem. And I don't identify with it. I'm sorry. I'm the old curmudgeon, I guess. I don't know. Oh, wow. But, you know, I told Urin when he first asked me to the Secret Space Program conference who I would like to speak with, and my first words to him were, don't invite any of the divas. I said, avoid those people, and I went down the list. I gave him names. I just told him, I said, if you invite these people, it's going to be, you know, just another UFO conference, and enough is enough. Don't have these people here. And I think he understood that. And TSC is correct. It's standing still. Gordon White says someone is the shoulder pads of ufology. Yeah. Yeah. You know, and that's the other thing. These people manage to get the big publishers publishing their books. And to me, that's a little giveaway that they're the anointed chosen. Now, I accept Jim Marrs from that. Jim Marrs does do research, and you know he is in the ET camp, but that's fine. Disclosure is happening any day now, maybe even this weekend, says Catherine 60. It's like the rapture, Catherine. It's gonna be any day now. It's like the dollar's going to collapse, the rapture, Antichrist, and disclosure. You know, all of these predictions. Any day, just wait, folks. Don't make too many plans. The world is going to collapse any day. Oh my. But yeah, you know, recycling material, you know, that's the difficulty too. There's always been two academic approaches. You go out and you find or discover some new fact and publish it, or you publish a synthesis. And oftentimes that line between synthesis and recycle can be rather thin. Oh my. Gordon White says, I love Jim Marrs. It's like Fox Mulder and Foghorn Leghorn had a kid. Oh, Gordon, I doff my hat on that one. That's good. I had never now you've done it, Gordon. Every time I hear Jim Marrs or talk to him, I'm going to be thinking Foghorn Leghorn. Oh my. Dear. Ah. Gee. Oh, hi, Jim. How are you doing? Oh my. Oh my. That's too good. Oh my. Yeah, but you know, the Foghorn Leghorn cartoon is a good analysis or analogy to the conference culture. I remember the little episode where they had the tiny little chicken hawk, you know, Chicken Little, and you know, the sky is falling any day now. That's the Chicken Little kind of reminds me of some of that conference culture. You know, I look at the list of speakers at the conference culture in a lot of these conferences, and I just I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. You know, um, I don't even want to say what's running through my running through my head right now. Yeah, conferences have a content problem and a platform problem. I agree. But I enjoy the actual physical contact and meeting people that are interested in things like that and hearing their views. Uh, I've had really good discussions at the two secret space program conferences, but most of those conferences, I no, I just I couldn't do it. But the biggest problem, as far as I'm concerned, Gordon, is the content problem, because you look at the vast number of conferences in the alternative field out there, and they're about 98% of them are woo-woo. Um, yeah, the secret space program conferences, the two that we've had thus far have been, actually there have been three, but I didn't go to the one in Amsterdam. Um, but the ones that we've had thus far are good, have been very good. I've to be very frank, I've enjoyed speaking at them, because I know that I'm addressing an audience that is more serious than the others, and that it's not all going to be storytelling. You know, I just don't have time for the storytelling. I really don't. And I don't have time for, you know, the latest whistleblower, the latest anonymous source. You know, this, it has become a steady diet of that, and it's absurd. You know, the most recent one, um, the most recent one has been this flat Earth meme that has hit the alternative community hard, and I think that is a meme being deliberately directed by the powers that be. Um, if I get invited back, would I consider doing 9/11? Um, actually, the problem there is I was asked to be at the last conference that just finished up last week to talk about alternative energy. What I would probably do with my next talk is go into a lot of technology. Yeah, the ET perspective is more palatable within a serious research context. Um, much more palatable. But the storytelling, you know, enough. Yeah, the flat Earth thing, SG Flux says in the chat room, I know you don't have time to watch videos, but there's some shady as heck figures on YouTube pushing the flat Earth idea, which have very high production value and sound like actors. Yes, I agree. It's a meme being driven, and it's a meme being driven to make the whole alternative research community look ridiculous. IMDb, I have no idea what IMDb is. Um, global locations with necessarily fewer people. That's fine, but the problem there, Gordon, I don't fly. I was invited to that one in Europe, and I simply don't fly anymore. I refuse to. Um, so if, you know, I told you, Aaron, at that time that, you know, if you can work it out for me to stream, my presentation, I'll be happy to do so. But I just don't fly anymore. But you know, the other thing is, most of those conferences scrupulously avoid inviting me. Oh my. Yeah, it is a reductio ad absurdum to the hilt, that flat earth idea. And I get a lot of people asking me to comment on it, and you know, I don't want to waste my time. That would be like me commenting on why the moon is not made of green cheese. You know, at a certain point, you cannot argue with invincible ignorance, and I don't argue with people who are dogmatically convinced of something completely irrational. Why argue with someone that won't know if they've lost the argument? You know? So I don't spend time with it. Oh my. Internet Movie Database. Okay. So you're saying there are figures in the Flat Earth movement who have acted in Hollywood film, and you can find their names listed. That's interesting. Yep. Yeah, the ridicule is definitely out there. You know, that's all intel psyops stuff as far as I'm concerned. It's an easy way for the intellectually impaired mainstream and media pundits to think that they are smart and have investigated all this, which they haven't. It's a reductio. SG Flux says they're all failed actors, sold their souls to the devil. They need to have their face seen by the cameras. And what a better way than to become a shill for disinformation campaigns. Yep. Yep. And Gordon White makes a very good point. He says, crawling out onto Dr. Farrell's twig, I suspect the flat earth thing is all about gaslighting some of the self-evident weirdness that NASA can no longer squirm away from. Yep, that too. That too. No doubt in my mind, anyway. All right, guys, I'm going to check my emails here very quickly. Cross your fingers and hope to die that my computer, which has once again been acting weird, doesn't crash today. All right, let me check this email very quickly. Come on. All right, looks like we're good. SG Flux says you even have celebrities like Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson connecting people who question NASA as being part of the flat earth movement. Mission accomplished. Yep. Yep. You know, it's predictable. It's such a self-evident, transparent psyop that, you know, the serious people simply need to ignore it. You know, that's why I don't spend time with it. People have asked me to comment and comment and comment, and I just don't. Well, kickstarting a new computer, the problem is I've had other expenses come up. I've had air conditioning problems on top of everything else. I went out, I started using my air conditioner regularly about a week ago, and in one of the hallways, the carpet started getting wet. And I had just spent money about 2 months ago having the air conditioner, you know, serviced. And so I called the people back, and they came out, and they discovered that the previous service call, they hadn't connected the condenser hose back up. So there's water leaking everywhere. I'm still dealing with that. So anyway, I just, so I was trying to save up for a new computer, and that happened. Put a bow tie on that man and make him walk and talk to idiots on TV. Yep. Yep. Bill Nye did that wonderful Warwicker trilogy, and I thought he was perfect choice for that role. He conveyed the feel of MI6 very well, I thought. The old school versus new school MI6. Oh yeah, if you're an actor, you have to follow the script. This is, that's the next thing that the alternative community needs to target, is the acting community. Start getting people, play the game, infiltrate. Eudemonist is in the chat room, so welcome to Eudemonist. 118 degrees Fahrenheit in Arizona. Good grief. Anyone ask for a full rundown of Bayer Monsanto? Not to my knowledge. But we do have, we're all over the board again in this vid chat. We do have just about everything that you can think of. Everything you can think of, question-wise. But anyway, they don't give up making fun of the alternative community, and the reason is there's a lot to make fun of. So anyway. So Eudemonist is in the chat room, and we're all dying to hear from Eudemonist about what the conference in Bastrop was like. I've heard a few things, but not much. Gordon White says they have the heating on in London in June. My word. That's almost unheard of. It hasn't really been very hot where I am either. Usually by this time of year it starts to get very hot and humid, and I can't stand humidity. It does really bad things for my sinuses. But wow. And I do remember when I lived in the UK, there was one summer that was just beastly hot, and of course, being in the UK, just horribly humid. It was bad. He says we've got the tail end of the weather that flooded Paris. Good grief. Anyway, So, Eudemonist, how did the conference go? Uh-oh. She looks like, well, maybe she disappeared. It's been weird weather here too. We had months of no rain when usually there was a rainy period where I live, but now we're getting the rainy period when it should be turning hot. So it's, the weather's all messed up. Although I'm not complaining about the rain. I love rain. Oh my. Gordon White says, I look forward to the Guardian telling us it was the hottest summer on record. Yeah, they've got to push that global warming meme. Oh my. Mr. Global is totally wacko. Totally wacko. Oh, pardon me. I didn't get much sleep last night. I was up late with some friends, and then I was watching a movie. So I didn't get to bed till about 5. Wow. Eudemonist says they are about to wash away in central Texas. Yeah, I saw that. So Eudemonist, tell us about the conference. What was the conference like? I wish I had been able to go, but I was just too tired. I was just overwhelmed and tired. So very tired. So I decided to take a break. Yeah, Bastrop got hit. I saw that they were having weather problems again, just like last November. It was rainy last November. And of course in Texas it's humid anyway. And it was very humid there. Not as bad as the SSP, but plenty of rain. Yeah, the weather is always a factor in these conferences. I suppose that's one reason they have so many in California, because California doesn't have weather. It simply has a climate. Basically unending sunshine. Hang on, folks. I just have an email I've got to check here. Oh, all right. That is a Vidchat question. Let me get that printed off. What odds do I put on Brexit? I don't put any odds on Brexit, but I'll tell you everything that I've been hearing from people in the United Kingdom is most of the people want out. So there's no doubt in my mind that they'll fudge the books, to keep them in. But eventually, I don't see any reason why the UK, you know, should stay in. I just don't see how it's in the national interest of Great Britain. And then you had that very strange episode, you know, that was reported in the Daily Mail and so on, about the Queen having summoned the vice premier to Buckingham Palace for tea and then airing her opinions about the EU. Oh, Eudemus says, I hope the Brits come to their senses and vote out. I think the Brits have come to their senses. You know, everybody I talk to is not in favor of it, and apparently the Queen isn't, you know, which carries a bit of weight. Oh my. So we'll see. You know, I really, you know, Great Britain fought 2 world wars not to have to kowtow to dictates from Berlin, and so why start now? You know, uh, you know, Britain literally put the empire on the line in both world wars, and as a result ended up losing the empire, but you know, keeping their sovereignty and independence. And I'm baffled as to why, you know, British foreign policy, which for centuries had been to remain aloof from affairs on the continent, unless, you know, there was some urgent threat to Great Britain. And yeah, Gordon White says, Britons are difficult to poll. We tell whoever rings us what they want to hear, then everyone is surprised. I remember that from the United Kingdom, you know, because there were a couple of occasions that we were called for some polls, and that was when Mrs. Thatcher was in Downing Street, and the poll results, you know, were one thing, and then the reality the reality was quite another. You know, if you listen to the polls, Mrs. Thatcher was the worst thing since Genghis Khan, but she kept getting elected. But anyway, oh my. Going to be an interesting vid chat today, my friends. A very interesting vid chat. Hang on, folks. Got to take care of a little business here. Give me a few seconds. All right, there we go. SG Flux says infrared scan shows the heat anomaly within the 480 feet tall Great Pyramid. Experts say this could be a hidden chamber within the famous structure. When will these clowns admit what we already know? The Great Pyramid is not a burial chamber. Well, I think that's actually slowly changing in the mainstream. What they're not going to do is come anywhere close to Chris Dunn's machine hypothesis for many years, and I doubt they're ever going to come around to a weapons hypothesis for several decades. Let's see here. Who just popped into the chat room? KY Brown. Welcome to KY Brown. Kentucky Brown. But yeah, the pyramid, the Egyptology school is changing slowly, but not fast enough. Generic Pagans in the chat room, and Scorpio 58 in Norway. So welcome to all, and Geiger. So welcome to you guys. Lots of people from Norway right now. We've got TSC, Scorpio. So Norway is leading the list behind the USA for people right now. In other lands, Ausländer. Gonna get started in an hour and a half, guys. Right on time today. Hopefully we'll get through this big pile of stuff. We're all over the board. Scorpio 58 says Norway needs help, and that's why we're here. Listen, Norway can't be half as screwed up as the USA is. Oh my. Viva Norvegia. Geiger says they won't ever admit the weapons hypothesis. Did I see the interview with the pyramid code lady? There was a particular part that cracked me up. No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. SG Flux says, I'm absolutely open to the weapons hypothesis. At least it harnessed a form of energy. The question is, for what purpose? Precisely. Precisely. You know, if you look at the sheer expense that was probably involved in constructing the structure, however it was constructed, to me it just kind of smacks of military-sized expenditure. It always did. KY Brown asks to all of the people from Norway in the chat room how the Statoil is doing with the low oil prices. That's an interesting question. Geiger says he asked what she thought of your weapons hypothesis. There was a lot of spluttering and an absolutely not. My past lives tell me no. Yeah, that was the reaction I got from a particular person in the alternative community that consulted with his ancient wisdom teacher in Egypt, and the ancient wisdom teacher told him absolutely not. So yeah, you know, nothing like closing down thought by an appeal to your past lives. Oh my. I'm sure that registered with DJ as well. Oh my. SG Flux says DJ needs to be more careful with some of the people he's bringing on. You know, the problem with a radio show is you've got to have guests. And at a certain point, you run out of serious people, and you have to have on the, you know, the woo-woo crowd. So, you know, I don't fault him for that, because you know he's got to produce a show, and that's the problem. Generic Pagan says, I don't think I've been here in about 8 months. That's right, Generic, you haven't. So, welcome back. You know, people have suggested I do a show, and I just shudder at doing it because the amount of time that I would have to spend to line up guests and so on would cut into everything else. And the other problem is precisely what I mentioned. You know, at a certain point, you run out of people to talk to. You know, I could have Richard Dolan on and Jim Mars, but then, you know, they'd be constantly appearing. Anyway, Gordon White has a book out. I want a copy, Gordon. Signed. Oh. Have I talked with Richard lately? No, but I will be on Richard's show this coming, let's see here. Hang on. I will be on his show Monday night, Tuesday morning, the 7th. I have no idea what he wants to talk to me about. Talk to me about. Scorpio says, I was listening to Forum Borealis interview with you, and he wants to do an interview with you and Graham Hancock. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that yet. I have not. I have not heard from Al in a while. Yeah, Richard and I have had some interesting off-the-record chats. Let's put it that way. Richard is a consummate master of presenting things in a way that keeps people, you know, hooked in. And he's very much like that off the record. But he has, we talked about some things, you know, off record once on 9/11 that truly astounded me, what he showed me. And I told him, you have to talk about this at some point. Maybe he'll talk about it on the show Tuesday night. Sorry, I got an itch on my head. Maybe he'll do that Tuesday night. I don't know. I have not a clue as to what he wants to talk about. Tommy H is in the chat room, so welcome to Tommy H. You're new, Tommy, so the rule is you have to tell us what country you're from. St. Petersburg, right, that's right. Welcome to Tommy from St. Petersburg in Russia. The interesting thing, yeah, Hoagland is, the interesting thing about Hoagland is now that he has his own show, he's not at the mercy of another host. And that's why his shows have more coherence. You know, if you go back and listen to some of his interviews with some of those hosts, oftentimes you can feel them trying to divert him from his subject. But anyway, Hoagland is the quintessential optimist, and where the man gets his energy, I don't know. You know, he's in his 70s, and I wish I had the energy that he has. Yeah, it was irritating when a certain host cut him off. Yeah, I agree. But Nori isn't the only one that did that, you know, that interviewed Richard. So, you know, now he's got his own show. He's in charge. He can take it where he wants to go and how he wants to do it, which, you know, I wish he had had this opportunity much earlier. Yeah, he had that heart surgery too. Scorpio says, I think the takeover of Coast to Coast from Art Bell stinks to high heaven. Oh, yes, it does. um, I can, what I can say to that, Scorpio, is I can assure you that there is scuttlebutt in the background that would confirm your hypothesis. Absolutely. Absolutely. He didn't lose his show. Art Bell didn't lose his show again. He got fed up and quit again because he claimed he was under some sort of attack. You know, I don't know if that's true or not. So to protect his family, he says he quit again. I'm the same way. Eudemia says it's been years since I listened to Coast to Coast. Nori ruined it for me. And Eudemonist, I'm the same way. I cannot stand to listen to Coast anymore because I want to say something Eudemonist, but I can't. I just can't say what I think about the show now. Um, I cannot stand to listen to it. It hurts to listen to. Geiger says he enjoyed the interview with George Knapp, like the last Bastion on Coast to Coast. Yeah. The problem with Coast to Coast is it's mostly now just all kind of fluff. You know, a few of the old names are still there, but I think, you know, they're in the process of weeding him out. So we'll see. Yeah, I've been interviewed on Jimmy Church a couple of times, although he's never had me on when he's doing a Coast to Coast show. Now, Coast to Coast went lamestream. That's exactly it. Yep, Fluff Anonymous whistleblower testimony. Yep, that's it. Yeah, the free-flowing shows are the best. No doubt about it. JW in Arizona says it's corporate takeover neutralized the real Coast to Coast. Well, even when Art Bell was on Coast to Coast, it was corporate. But the problem is, yeah, there was a takeover. Definitely a takeover. Let me check my emails, guys. So give me a few seconds here while I refresh my email page and see if I've had any new submissions. Don't think so. Oh, we're good. Yeah, the high energy stuff does get wearing. Gordon White says, I think the giveaway was when they would get astrologers and psychics on Coast to Coast and breathlessly ask them about the collapse of the dollar. Yeah, bingo. Mate87 is in the chat room from Estonia, Tartu, Estonia. So welcome to Mate. I can't remember. I was reading about Estonia the other day, and I can't remember what book I was reading about it in. It was the 1941 German invasion, that part of it went up through Estonia, and I can't remember what the book was. Yeah, the rambling tangents have become the coast-to-coast hallmark. And I just don't have much time for it. I do notice when I am on coast to coast, it's never Nori that has me on. I don't know why that is. I have my suspicions. But anyway, we're about an hour and 10 minutes out, guys. Gonna be an interesting vid chat. We are all over the board. All over the board. In fact, we're so over the board, I didn't even attempt to put the questions in any sort of, relational order. What do I think about Courtney Brown, remote viewing? Heard him talk about remote viewing the Giza pyramids, and it was full of crap. Well, this is my problem. Remote viewing, I think, is legitimate. But there's a lot of, suspicious confirmation of standard alternative lines from these people. If I haven't heard of the alternative current radio, they have 21st century wire in the boiler room. Jay is on a lot. Interesting. I have not heard that. I do like Jay's analysis of his movies. Yeah, discredit the concept. Standard technique. I'm going to have to make some cigarettes here at some point in the next hour to make it through our questions. Yeah, Courtney Brown. It was okay until they brought in the aliens. Yep, we got to sneak the aliens into everything, guys. Yeah, there's a lot of suspicious stuff out there. You notice that you don't hear from remote viewers like Joseph McConnell, Lynn Buchanan, the people that don't have an agenda to push. We're in a struggle to bring some standards into this community. Have I read into Russell Targ, and do I suspect that he lets out anything legitimate regarding remote viewing, or does he downplay what the military is truly capable of? I have not. I have a bunch of books that I have purchased over the last few years about remote viewing, getting ready for a book I want to do. I have not yet read them, so I don't know how to answer your question there, SG Flux. My suspicion is that Targ is like Putoff. He wants to find a physics model that will work with what they discovered. Tim H is in the chat room. Wow, from Australia. And Eudemus comments, it's very early. It probably is. So welcome to Tim. Um, Standards and Alternative Research Conference is in order. That might be good. It's 5 minutes to 4 a.m. in Australia, and Tim has woken up at 4 a.m. in Australia. So I'm doffing my hat just for that, Tim. That's usually about the time I'm going to bed. Getting up at 4 in the morning, that's a feat for me. Yeah. Geiger says, I'm waiting for that book. I can offer consulting services and hard biological data. I am here. Generic says, or no, Eudemonus says, am I in the room? Yes, I am in the room. Tim, Byzantra is in the chat room, it looks like. Let me refresh my chat window. So welcome to Byzantra. Some interesting questions from Byzantra today, folks. In Belgium, so now we've got Norway, Russia, and the United Kingdom and Belgium. Checking my emails again here, folks. Uh-oh. Interesting here. Hang on, folks. I just got an interesting. Oh, my. My. Hang on, folks. I got to respond to an email here. All right. That's very disturbing. I did get your questions, Geiger. Actually, we have two questions, not just from you, but we have somebody else, Kelly M., and she's talking about Tiamat. So there was a little bit of connections in the ether. Whopper doozy of an email, yes, not of a good kind, I'm sad to say. I have heard that Jordan is doing better. They had to go in and clean out arteries, I guess. You know, people tell me I need to quit smoking. Well, one thing that smoking does is it thins your blood. So I suppose I'm kind of midway between too much fat in my blood and thin blood. Oh, wow. Nice crowd here. Just coming up on 1 o'clock, so we're going to be starting in about an hour, guys. And I'm going to have to make some more cigarettes. Ramura, welcome to the chat. Ramura in Virginia. Scene of one of my favorite Civil War battles. Interesting battle to study. Oh, I don't smoke any commercial cigarette. This is nothing but tobacco in a tube. I don't inhale much. I do inhale occasionally, but I don't inhale much. But yeah, I gave up on commercial cigarettes years ago. A friend of mine introduced me to these hand-rolled cigarettes, and once I tasted the cigarettes and tried to go back to commercials, I just thought, oh, you can taste the chemicals. Yeah, I haven't talked to Jordan in, it's been a few months. I do use filters. I do use filters. I get these boxes of tubes, and you can see the filter on the end of it. There's a box of tubes. So as soon as I get done with this cigarette, I've got to make some more cigs, guys. Otherwise, I'm not going to make it. Swedish exile in Hungary. Good evening. We're counting you as Sweden and Hungary. So now we've got Estonia, Russia, Norway, Sweden, Hungary, Belgium, and the United Kingdom. I wish we could get our friends in Italy and France and Spain. We've got a very good member that's been a member for years in Spain, and it's been a long time since she's submitted any questions or comments. Spain is another of those countries under assault, the immigration problem. And we do have some questions from Swedish exile. All in all, we've got a good representation of questions this go around, guys. Spain, yeah, Maria in Spain. She always had very good insight. It's been a long time since we've heard from Maria. I wish we would, because I think when you put together what's happening in Italy and Spain, together with the northern European countries, you get a good picture of what's going on. Which, unfortunately, you know, in the United States, we don't get reliable, good news about Europe at all, really. I'm very reliant upon you guys in Europe to keep me apprised of what's going on over there, because the news coverage in this country, particularly about Europe, is so bad. It's very bad. And of course, there's the constant demonization of Russia. It's just nuts. So I was very happy when Tommy H told us that he's in St. Petersburg, Russia, that we're getting or able to get a Russian perspective on things that we didn't have before. I don't think, you know, in spite of the best efforts of Western media to portray Russia as the great big bugaboo, I've never bought that. Yeah, the propaganda with Russia in this country has really never ever stopped. You know, and really I think ultimately it boils down to the West just hates orthodoxy. They don't like any culture that is self-evidently identifiably Christian. I think that's a lot of it. I think a lot of it too is that Um, the fact of the matter is that whether we like it or not, Russia won World War II. You know, everybody else was just kind of along for the ride. But and that's a lesson they haven't learned, unfortunately, over in this country, is that, you know, when Russia's attacked, they will defend themselves. Anyway, I got to make some cigarettes here, guys. So I hope you won't think I'm being rude or anything. I'll try and watch the chat room as much as I can. Swedish Exile says, I'm watching a bit of Swedish news. They're whipping up an opinion that we have to join NATO because of Russia. The last time I looked, yeah, they do want to destroy Orthodoxy, root and all. We have some questions about that from Southern California girl, in fact, and I'm going to lead off with that today. But, you know, I really don't think Russia wants to annex Sweden. For one thing, I think the Russians know it would be too difficult to control. You know, if anything, you know, let's go back to King Charles XIII. Sweden was invading Russia. So anyway, Geiger says, I was discussing with the fellow patient at the clinic the way some of us patients feel cut off from God as a result of these biotoxin illnesses. I was raised Catholic. He was raised in the Jewish faith. We both became cut off from God for many years. A month or so ago, he woke up one day and couldn't shake the thought out of his head that Jesus Christ was Lord and Savior, who has since become a Messianic Jew. So yesterday he says to me, why do you think we were cut off, but there aren't all these odd holy rollers surrounding us that weren't? I scratched my head for a second and said, oh my God, they're all evangelicals. No wonder they weren't cut off. Well, evangelicalism isn't a threat to the New World Order people. If anything, it plays into their hands rather well. It's the historically based forms of Christianity that pose the threat. There's a lot of anti-Russia propaganda, especially in Finland. Well, the last time I checked, Tommy H., Russia's invasion of Finland didn't go too well. You know, Marshal Mannerheim put a stop to those ambitions rather soundly. Oh my. Those I think the Russians probably want to have done with it, you know. It's just nuts. TSC says the Swedish debate is pathologically naive and ignorant. See, I don't understand that. You know, what happened to the history? You know, Charles XIII, Gustavus Adolphus, you know, Sweden was all over the place back then. Oh my. I mean, if anything, the Russians can always say, hey, wait a minute, you know, the last time we checked in our history books, Sweden invaded Russia. It wasn't the other way around. Oh, my. Mate says, it's sad how blacked out our news coverage in Estonia is. Our political elite is totally putting all of our money on the USA and NATO card. And I am scared the political elite just does not understand they're pawns in a big game. And the mocking and playing down Russia in our media is just mad. Yesterday's News and Views was, again, right into this topic. I'm sorry to hear that. Winston 1984 is in the chat room, so welcome to Winston. I can understand the from a certain point of view, the Baltic states being afraid of Russia because they were for so many years a part of the Russian Empire. But you know, it's another case of Poland. You know, you're constantly having to choose between Russia and Germany. You know, which, you know, that's like choosing between dummy crooks and Republic thugs. You know, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. You know, what you need to do is you need to form the Baltic Scandinavian Alliance. Forget about this NATO stuff. Sweden has, you know, pretty good military technology. So just buy your equipment from Sweden. Oh, what a mess, guys. What a mess. Byzantra says something very interesting in the chat room. Those ex-communist countries should smell the EU is exactly like the former Soviet Union. So why did they all join? I agree. The EU is a bureaucrat's paradise. Mate says we're asking for NATO bases. Bad move. Those NATO bases, you know, the Russians, if the Russians wanted to, they could take out those NATO bases in a heartbeat. It's just sad to think that, you know, that's going to be the savior for you. Scorpio says it's time the Europeans learn the real history of Russia. I'll tell you something, Scorpio. It's probably about 100 times worse in this country. Most average Americans have very vague notions about European history, but when it comes to Russia, they're almost totally clueless. It is, you know, all it takes to manipulate people is to have them be ignorant, pardon me, have them be ignorant of history. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with all this, guys. Italians are blocking U.S. Navy base expansion. I can't blame them. You know, I really think Italy and Germany in particular at some point are just going to get very, very tired of being satrapies for the United States. Ramura says most Americans don't even know who fought in World War II. Sad but true, Ramura. Very sad but true. And even then, Ramura, Americans have the attitude that, you know, we won World War I, we won World War II, and it's as if, you know, Britain and France did nothing. You know. Eudemus says, Solzhenitsyn saw it 40 years ago. The West is losing its soul. The cure, bring back Christianity. Well, it's not just bring back Christianity. It's bring back a certain form of it. Evangelicalism has had basically no effect on the culture at large. I think you have to bring back sacramentally grounded types, you know, that would be familiar to Westerners. Lutheranism, a traditional kind of Catholicism, a traditional kind of Anglicanism, but the problem is those churches have been hollowed out from within. It's very difficult to find, and we're going to talk about this. It's very difficult to find traditional confessionally orthodox presentations of those confessions anymore. you have to look far and wide in this country for, you know, a real Lutheran church. And the same, you know, with traditional Anglicanism or Presbyterianism or so on and so forth. And many of those churches have tried to import, you know, the evangelical method, and, you know, it's just not working for them. Did anyone hear the interview with Judy Wood on Coast to Coast? I've never been a fan of Nori, but this was something else. No, I didn't hear that. I'm glad that Dr. Wood is getting more play, quite frankly. Romero says, astrologically, the U.S. is a Cancer country. We tend to see ourselves as being very caring and don't look very closely at the dark underbelly. That also is true. You know, our nanny state culture has been run amok. Byzantra is asking, what frightens the parasites about orthodoxy so? Because orthodoxy in its core essence is very, very uncompromising. You know, I've said it before, I'll say it again, that the Orthodox Church views itself as the Catholic Church. There was a Russian 19th century intellectual by the name of Alexei Khomyakov that wrote a series of articles. He was part of the Russian intelligentsia, and he comes right out and says the Pope is the first Protestant. From the Orthodox point of view, that's exactly the case. And it's not a pacifistic religion. There is a long tradition in Orthodoxy of defending what is called the ecumeny, or the, you know, it's kind of the Orthodox equivalent of Christendom, all right? So there's been this idea all along in Orthodoxy that you defend when you're under attack. And the final thing, Orthodoxy does not have a centralized hierarchical structure like the papacy. So in other words, to eliminate Orthodoxy, you'd literally have to go out and get every bishop in the Orthodox Church, and of course there's hundreds, to compromise. And there have been cases in Orthodox history where individual bishops, when the rest of the church has gone nuts, individual bishops have stood up and carried things on. Geiger asked me, why did I stay away from going into Judy Wood's book in the new book? Oh, I'm glad you asked that, Geiger. I was wondering when somebody would notice that. All I will tell you, Geiger, is that there is a back story to that, which a few people in the alternative community know. And that backstory, in essence, prevents me from talking directly about her book. The other reason I did the way I did is to show that she was not the first person out there to talk about directed energy weapons. And if you look at the difference between Judy Wood and the fellow that I do talk about, you'll notice the fellow I do talk about are very specific and detailed in the model that he's proposing. So anyway, there you are. Yeah, Judy Wood has become the anointed ball carrier for the directed energy hypothesis, and my point was to show that there are other people, and she should not be regarded as the sole representative of that hypothesis. In other words, she cannot and does not own the issue. Mate 87 says each EU member country has the right to name one minister or commissioner to the EU's executive body. In Estonia's case, both of the commissioners we have came from Communist Party high-ranking apparatchik past. Yep, doesn't surprise me. Freefall, welcome. I better refresh my window here and update my user list. All right, so welcome to Freefall and Becky Sue. Let's see here. I think I've got everybody else covered. Yep, we're good. All right, guys, about 40 minutes. We're starting off. $3:30 a.m. where Freefall is, even earlier than Tim H. So I'm assuming Freefall, you're more towards Central Australia or even on the west side. Catherine Fisk just got back from your country, Tim H. and Freefall. She was there, I think, in Sydney and Melbourne talking to some Australian investment people. Southwestern Australia. Okay, cool. Very cool. Oops, what did I do? There we are. We've had a good little discussion here in pre-chat as well. Politics and religion and culture and history, Swedish history, Russian history, kind of skimming over both of them. Tim H. says he unfortunately couldn't make it up to the Big Smoke to see the Big Smoke. Nice to know what you call Sydney. Swedish Exile says Amazon UK pushed the date of the new book. Has anyone from Europe bought directly from AUP? You'll probably have to buy directly from AUP. The book is interesting. Checking my email here, guys, one last time to make sure that we are on board. Winston 1984 says, I think I like this Maximus guy. I'm treading my way through it. Yeah, I always like Maximus. A first-class thinker. Let's put it that way. Geiger says you may have got the book before I did. I did get the book right about the time that, you know, AUP always sends the books to me as soon as they get them. So yeah, you may have got it right about the same time. There is, Ramura is asking about the Common Core book. Unfortunately, the publisher is sitting on the book until August. I don't know why, because the book is done. I'm very, very upset with that publisher about that. I am really upset. Geiger is asking if I've ever met or talked to S.K. Bain. No, I have not. I did talk with Peter Levenda about a week and a half ago, but that was about some other matters. But the subject of S.K. Bain and that book did not come up. So I don't know. I have a little bit of a suspicion that S.K. Bain might be Peter Levenda, but that's, you know, that's a suspicion. Swedish Exile says, nice interview with George Knapp. Hope it's doing well. Yeah, I thought the interview did go well. Freefall says, could the internet be a similar form of consuming what people know via an artificial method similar to sacrifice? Yes. Yes. The internet is a huge data mining operation, in my opinion. Catherine says, perhaps so that any parent that reads it no longer has time to arrange homeschooling for September. I don't know if that's the reason, Catherine. I suspect that that publisher has other reasons for doing it, largely financial. There are the revolt against Common Core. There are a lot of people pulling their kids out of it, opting out of it. So, you know, the revolt is growing, but it really accomplishes nothing unless the issue of teacher certification and standardized tests per se are addressed. Unless those things are addressed, and when you see the interface, the most interesting thing about the Common Core book, in my opinion, is the fact there is a definite interface between the standardized testing business and the CIA's mind control program, MK Ultra, and that, you know, that right there says it all. All right. I'm refreshing my window once more. Oh, wow. Just to make sure I've said hello to everybody in the chat room. Looks like we're still holding steady at 22. If you hear stomachs growling, it's mine. I haven't eaten yet. I woke up late and rushed around getting ready for the Vidchat this morning. I sort of turned on the shower and ran through it. Anyway. Last week's talk about the Necronomicon got me thinking, so I looked up an interview with Bain and found only one. He was, number one, not funny, and number two, unfamiliar with his own book. And it's clear that it wasn't Peter doing the interview. Interesting. Interesting. That's kind of a little confirmation of my suspicion. The Kindle version of Rotten is being advertised as being available in early July. Winston asks, were the Gnostics subverting the metaphor? Answer, yes. And inverting every doctrine they got their hands on? Again, answer, largely yes. Um, why on earth does Lavenda not represent his own books? Oh, well, he does. Peter is, he's another researcher. His approach, is kind of an academic approach. And again, that's kind of the kiss of death on getting onto any of, major shows, because he's not fluff. He's not fluff. Oh my, dirty glasses here. Hang on, folks. Oh, much better. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, Tim. I will have to write that publisher and tell them, get off the stick. The Kindle heretic. I am. I don't like these ebook formats at all. Tommy H says, I just finished SS Brotherhood of the Bell. Thank you for the compliment. That is one of the more important books in all of the series. Mate 87 says modern academia itself is becoming fluff. I would disagree only in terms of the tense. I would say has become fluff. uh, do any of us know about Stefan Molyneux? Nope. Yeah, Geiger says that structure and diction in the S.K. Bain book is similar to Peter Levenda's diction, and you're right, it is. It's got that same type of humor. 30 minutes to go, guys. Brace yourselves. uh, SG Flux says Molyneux has exactly been a friend to people who question false flags. Yeah, look at Venezuela. When you want to see how well socialism works, look there. Winston 1984 says those Bernstein lectures are very revealing. Helps to get a lot of things click into place. Oh, don't they though? I'm glad you see that. They really do. It was those lectures that started me off on this idea of analogical calculus. Those very lectures. And that, of course, led into the metaphor. So you can thank Leonard Bernstein for all of that. If you haven't watched those Bernstein lectures, you should. Particularly the first 4. Much help with how analogy works. Absolutely. He's doing in an informal way what I think my calculus is doing in a formal way. But yeah, he's definitely doing it. I watch those at least once a year, just for the sheer thrill of watching an old school academic lecture in the grand tradition. Oh, wow. 25 minutes, guys. We're counting down. Yeah, you can watch those lectures on YouTube. I have the DVDs. You know me, I'm a hard copy guy. Um, but they are just gems. There's no two ways about it. They are just gems. Those first four lectures in particular. JW says, speaking of the grand tradition, I just watched The Paper Chase, the movie. Watch the first 2 seasons of the television series because they do kind of a replay of the movie in the first episode of season 1, which is even better than the movie. And Houseman really deserved the Oscar for that movie. He really did. That was such a well performed role. I actually talked to John Houseman once, years and years ago. Thrill of my life, actually. He played that role to a T. But in many ways, the series is actually better than the movie. It was a good series. Unfortunately, they've never released season 3 on DVD, and I don't know why. Winston says, it's amazing when you couple those lectures with a reading of the Pythagorean Plato. Amazing. Yep. Yep. Sounds to me, Winston, like you're getting it, so I doff my hat. Now, The Paper Chase is worth watching. It's, there's nothing flashy about the series, no special effects. It's all character driven, but it's a pretty good series, especially given the time that it came out with, the move to special effects. A good series. I used to watch it regularly myself. I still do occasionally watch the DVD. I have to be in the mood for it. Another one of my favorite lines from the series is, "You're on a treadmill here. My questions are like fingers probing your brain. You're on an operating table." Oh, pretty good stuff. All right. Could it be that Big Pharma is releasing a cancer cure soon to avoid getting busted? Um, whose version of the tarot did I refer to in the new book? I don't recall referring to the tarot in the new book. But I'd have to go back and refresh my memory, Tim. I'd have to go back and read my own book. Maybe I did. I don't know. Freefall says, I've just finished Giza Death Star Destroyed. Absolutely jaw-dropping. Well, thank you. The Giza Death Star books, I'd do them differently if I had to do them now, but oh, The Hanged Man. Yeah. Um, golly, I forget what version of the tarot that was. Um, I'd have to go back and look that up, Tim. I don't recall right off the top of my head what that is, but that is a creepy thing. I don't think it was Waite. No, I don't think it was Waite's deck. and the blasted tower and the hanged man. Yeah. Um, you'd have to look at the footnotes, and I don't remember how I footnoted those. Those I used illustrations that are fairly common to standard tarot decks. Yeah, how could a human fall like that? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And falling between the two towers too. You know, that's also a part of the hanged man, because the hanged man is usually suspended between two trees or columns or something like that. No, it wasn't the weight deck, I can tell you that. It was not the weight deck. Dana joins us from Italy. Welcome, Dana. We were just talking about our Italian members, and here you are. So welcome. Ramira says she's been looking into different kinds of astrology since your reference to the elites might be using a different form of astrology. I came across one using constellations rather than signs. Yes. And if I remember correctly, Ramira, that is an older form. That is an older form. So now we've got Estonia, Russia, Hungary, Sweden, Norway, Italy, Belgium, and the United Kingdom, and Australia and Canada in the room right now. Ciao a tutti. Grazie, Dana. I hope my Italian is okay. I don't know Italian. So, always wanted to learn Italian. There's somebody actually trying to work on getting more of my books available in Italy. There is a version of Reich of the Black Sun in Italian. La Bomba de Hitler or something like that. I've got it on the shelf behind me. Dove sei in Italia? All right, guys, we are about 15 minutes out. Brace yourself. We're going to be all over the board. All over the board. I'm going to check my emails here one last time, too, folks, to make sure I haven't missed anybody and questions that may have come in late. I think we're okay there. Yep, looks like we're good. All right. Speaking of constellations, Geiger says, my question from last week on the dog star, I learned St. Christopher was depicted as dog-headed. My first name is Chris, and by the way, 9/11 did not affect me like it did everyone else. Winston 1984 says, I just finished Lewis's space trilogy, and the jaw is on the floor over this series, working on a Vidchat question on it. There's a lot of bombshells he drops. So yeah, I'm still working on that webinar on Lewis. Like I say, webinars take me a long time to put together, but I do want to do a little talk about, it won't be very long, but I do want to do a little talk about Lewis. Lewis is a really interesting guy. I don't know why St. Christopher was depicted with a dog head. Mi place molto la lingua italiana. Wow, you demonist. I'm impressed. And Redshift, welcome. Um, but Lewis is a really interesting guy. He's obviously very smart, so he's very devout. You know, one of the eye openers for me, Winston, was when I got to Oxford. Lewis used to go to a little church on the high street, sits right smack dab in the middle of the street. I mean, the street has to go around it, you know, both sides, called St. Mary Magdalene. And you walk in, it's a Church of England church. Back then, you walked into this church, and you want to talk about an Anglo-Catholic church. You know, there were statues of Our Lady of Walsingham. There were 2 or 3 lady chapels. You know, the incense was thick in the air. So, you know, Lewis was definitely a high churchman, which, you know, probably would come as a shock to many evangelicals that like him, because, you know, he was he was way out there. No, Lewis died in 1963, but yeah, he had a tremendous influence on my thinking. Lewis died in '63, right around the time that President Kennedy was shot. But yeah, you know, if I had actually had the opportunity, I did meet one of Lewis's priests, at in Oxford, and we had a nice little talk about what he was actually like. And we both kind of chuckled at the fact that, you know, he's so popular with evangelicals, and yet here he is, you know, to paraphrase it a bit, a bead counting, fish eating Anglo-Catholic. You know? Speaking of Oxford, I Googled it. It reminded me about what Lavenda said about Notre Dame, that was half an alchemical lab. Was Oxford similar? Oh yeah, absolutely. Um, the esoteric feel of the place is palpable. It is palpable. Um, the 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 atmosphere there is just, it cannot be put into words, because there's nothing like it in the American academic experience. Now, I'm talking about Oxford back when I was there. Unfortunately, I hear that Oxford is being Americanized, and, you know, it's got all the standard multicultural so-called issues. So I don't know, you know, I don't know if the old Oxford tradition is going to survive, unfortunately. Yeah, Aldous Huxley died on the same day that President Kennedy was shot. I remember that announcement. And if memory serves me correctly, Lewis did as well, on the very same day. You know, remarkable people that had, you know, that populated that university and Cambridge at that time. Yep. Yeah, Lewis died the day that President Kennedy was shot. It is very interesting. You know, they say things come in threes, and that on that day it certainly did. And, you know, those 3 in particular, very, very, you know, you look at those 3 men, and very, very different, all very literate, but very, very different approaches to things. November 22nd, a sacrificial initiation day. Interesting, Ramira. Very interesting. But yeah, the space trilogy, especially the first and third books, they're really wild. The National Institute of Coordinated Experiments. Oh my. Lewis's version of DARPA, and boy did he get it right. Boy did he get it right. The technological magician. Ten minutes exactly to go, my friends. Brace yourselves for this one. Yeah, the end of the first one, that's what I want to do the little webinar on. Lewis was in his 60s. I think about 63 or 4, somewhere in there. Yeah, the end of the first volume in the space trilogy just really hits you right between the eyes. And you got to wonder, you know, you just have to wonder about it. Well, brace yourself, Geiger. If you're a third of the way into the first book of the space trilogy, the end of the book is going to hit you right between the eyes. Right between the eyes. Am I going to take a break before I start? Yes, I am. In about 5 minutes here, actually about 4 minutes. So yes, I am going to take a break. I have to take a break, guys, because we've got a lot of stuff to cover. Trust me here. We have a lot of stuff to cover. I think you're going to have fun with this vid chat, guys, because like I say, the questions are all over the board. We're going from Eastern Orthodoxy to quantum mechanics to Tiamat. We are going to be all over the board. I think it's going to be fun. And like I said, I didn't even try to put any of the questions in any sort of order this time. I'm just going to go with the flow and see what happens. I decided, you know, let's not try to be so organized this time and just see what happens. Partly it's because I got up so late. You know, like I said, I got up so late. I ran through the shower, you know, grabbed my cup of tea on the way. So I got up and made my big mug of tea for the day. My raspberry flavored iced tea. Let's play Find the Theme. Yeah, find the theme. You know, themes somehow always emerge, but I'm at a loss on this one. On this one, guys. Um, I think we'll have fun. All right, I'm going to take my little few minute break here, and I'll be right back. All right, here we are. Give it about 5 more minutes. Yeah, I've been wondering about Daphne. We've not seen Daphne in quite a while. I hope that she's all right and that Down Under ET's all right. So if any of you folks in Australia are in touch with them, tell them we miss them and say hello. 4 minutes, guys. This should be a fun one. We're going to start out with a bang. Please share my 3 Hillary theories. I'm reserving my Hillary theories until after I've run my Hillary and Trump theories past Secretary Fitz. She should be coming by here in June. She wants to talk to me about some things off the record, and so she's planning to stop by here in June. And you know, when she shows up, we usually spend the entire day running through things. Jean Ann is in the chat room. Welcome, Jean Ann. I'm going to refresh my chat window before we get started here to make sure that everybody, no, not Obama is ET. Anacephalosis is in the chat room, so welcome. I'll be saying hello to everybody at the top of the hour in about 3 minutes. And Jean Ann. Yeah, Biden is, I definitely think, a plan B. That's one of my scenarios, Ramura. Definitely one of my scenarios. All right, let me get lit. All right, guys, here we are. There's the doff of the hat. We are now in the formal chat on June 3rd, 2016, our African European members Vidchat. Let me go ahead and say hello to everybody in the chat room. We have Becky Sue, JW in Arizona, Freefall in Australia, Jean Ann, TSC, Chime, Eudemonus, Tim H in Australia, Ramura, Winston 1984, SG Flux 88, Gordon White is joining us in the United Kingdom, Dana is joining us from Italy, Xenophon, Swedish exile in Hungary, so we're counting him as Sweden and Hungary, Generic Pagan, Scorpio 58 in Norway, Catherine 60 in Canada, Geiger, Mate 87 is joining us all the way from Tartu, Estonia. KDB is joining us from the United Kingdom. Anacephalosis. Tommy H in St. Petersburg, Russia. Redshift Byzantera in Belgium. KY Brown. So welcome to everybody. We've got a nice international group of participants in today's VidChat. We're kicking off here with Wintermute. And Wintermute says, I apologize if I hit any untouchable topics. No, these are not untouchable topics. I'm going to ask a question for the next time now before I forget. Do you think there is a link between the Federal Reserve Act, World War I, the Bolshevik Revolution, and the Great Depression? And the short answer, Wintermute, is yes. And here's why. If you look at the Federal Reserve Act, when that was signed into law by that hideous President Wilson, who later came to regret most of his decisions, properly so, you'll discover that there was a fellow that was placed in the governorship of the New York Federal Reserve by the name of Paul Warburg. All right. Paul Warburg was a member of the German Warburg banking family, all right? His uncle, Max Warburg, was a banker in Berlin, all right? Now, and Max Warburg was a prominent advisor to Kaiser Wilhelm II. And later, as World War I progressed and the Kaiser became more and more of a figurehead for the military dictatorship that ran Germany in the last years of the war, Field Marshal Hindenburg and General Ludendorff, Erich Ludendorff, Max Warburg remained as a prominent advisor, along with a fellow that I wrote about in The Third Way by the name of Walter Rathenau. All right, these were very prominent advisors. Now, when the Bolshevik Revolution occurred, you have to remember that Vladimir Ulyanov, otherwise known as Lenin, was shipped through German lines into St. Petersburg, Russia, and he arrived in St. Petersburg. The Germans cut a deal with Lenin prior to doing this, that if they took power in Russia, they had a promise to end the war with the Central Powers, which ultimately they did. They signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk when the Russians surrendered to the Central Powers at Brest-Litovsk in March of 1918. And you'll recall that under the terms of that treaty, the Baltic states, Poland, and most of today's Ukraine were ceded to the Central Powers under military occupation, and the Central Powers put in puppet governments in those countries. Basically, you carved out a significant segment of European Russia, all right? Now, interestingly enough, Lenin arrives in St. Petersburg at almost the same time that Leon Trotsky arrives in St. Petersburg from the United States. And Trotsky arrives in St. Petersburg with a lot of money that has been donated to him for this revolution by people like Kuhn Loeb and so on and so forth. Now, the problem here is that you're dealing with a coordinated arrival of these two leading revolutionaries that will stage the Bolshevik Revolution, overthrow the Menshevik government of Kerensky, because you've got to remember, by this time the Tsar was already out. Kerensky's government was continuing the war, all right? And the Bolsheviks were in favor of ending the war, and quite frankly, probably a good thing, because the Russians were absolutely being slaughtered by that point. You've got to remember, this is a very important point here, folks. Russia's industrial base in World War I was nowhere near the industrial base that they had in World War II. And most of that industrial base was located in the extreme western end of the Russian Empire. So in other words, as the Central Powers advanced, they were gaining all of these economic centers that were basically necessary to the Russian prosecution of the war. So the Russian army in World War I was fighting against almost insuperable odds against the Central Powers. It's because of this that when the Bolsheviks take power and World War I is over, that you see the Bolsheviks embarking on the 4-year plans to industrialize Russia overnight. And you'll notice that what they do is they disperse the industrial bases of Russia throughout European Russia and all the way into Siberia, precisely in order to avoid a repeat of the strategic bind that they were put into in World War I. All right, so all of this is connected. But now the basic problem here is, why do you have these revolutionaries arriving in Russia at about the same time? And the answer is, you have the Warburgs, in my opinion, probably coordinating this, because Paul Warburg is governor of the New York Federal Reserve in the United States, while his uncle on the other side of the war is in Berlin advising the Kaiser and Ludendorff and Hindenburg. So the coordination for all of this is being coordinated by these major banking families. All right, so there's your answer, I hope. Now, let's turn to this comment, totally different comment, from our friend Tony M. in the United Kingdom. Here we go. He says, I'd like to share some recent deliberations for your comment. He says, as many physicists have noted, quantum mechanics is probably the most successful scientific theory ever, but also the least understood. Indeed, it has been remarked that if you think you understand it, then you almost certainly don't. However, this is changing. In his book, The Theory of Nothing, Russell K. Standish actually shows how the equations of quantum mechanics may be derived from the basic properties of observer moments in the context of the many worlds interpretation. As Standish himself notes the fact, this can be done is a momentous philosophical achievement and compelling affirmation, if not confirmation, of the many worlds interpretation and observer moments. The contribution of Nick Bostrom, better known as the author of the book Super Intelligence. The shut up and calculate approach to quantum mechanics has always been stunningly accurate, but now we can also truly claim an understanding of why the equations are as they are. As you will know by now, an aspect of the many worlds interpretation which has intrigued me is that it predicts what is becoming known as the quantum theory of immortality. That our consciousness as individuals ranges over a subset. Listen carefully, my friends. This is a hugely important point he's making. Our consciousness as individuals ranges over a subset of the many worlds multiverse, or to adopt the terminology of this theory, that each consciousness occupies a unique realm within the greater plenitude, and as such is by definition both immortal and infinite in scope. As Cantor noted a century ago, infinities may be nested. All right, now let me stop there and give you a theologian's take on this, because I used to tell my students in theology that the formal language, the symbolic language, and it is a symbolic language of theology, is learning how to deal with different kinds of infinities. For those of you who are reading the big 4-volume tome that I just put up on Lulu, there are 3 essential categories that you have to get right if you're going to do theology, and that's persons, operations, and essence, and each of them is dealing with a kind of infinity. All right, and those infinities in theology all nest inside of each other. All right, so in other words, what I see happening here, Tony, is that physics is, by the nature of the case, coming back to a kind of metaphysical order or system that ultimately is rooted in some of the metaphysical doctrines and scaffolding, if you will, that we've been looking at in other areas on this vidchat, in these vidchats. Now, they're not quite the same thing. However, I would point out that the formal language, at least of dogmatic theology, is very similar to what you're dealing with in physics, in that there are certain rules that emerge over time as theologians are grappling with their data set in order to derive a model that works for the vast majority of the data. So in other words, you have a very similar kind of mentality at work. Not exactly the same, to be sure, but very, very similar in some key crucial respects. So I'm on board with this. I think this idea of consciousness as a topologically symbolizable entity ranging over subsets. This has been the burden of the way I've been trying to approach this question from the topological angle all along. If you go again to that paper on parallel universe people, I have a kind of a very simplified set notation explanation as to what might be happening and where the common elements are between sets and where the different elements are between sets. You can also find, if you're interested in this, Tony, you can also find a book out there by Carl Levin, who is a psychologist, and the book is called Principles of Topological Psychology. He was a psychologist who was actually approaching the field of psychology with a strongly topological point of view. And much of the concepts that Standish is talking about, Levin hinted at decades ago in that particular work. It's a fascinating work. Anyway, let me continue. In space-time, these infinities are fully instantiated. However, as humans, we perceive them using Minkowskian space-time, which means the time dimension must be traversed. Observer moments explain how this traversal takes place, leading to the conscious perception of continuity, which, as noted above, forms the conceptual foundation for the derivation of quantum mechanics. Typically, this connects such observer moments in an apparent forwards direction, where so-called causes appear to produce effects. However, time may also be experienced in reverse, with effects producing causes, which interestingly is how intention operates. Yes, bingo. I'm glad you see this, because this has been a key, crucial point in theology. How do you reconcile divine predestination and human free will? Well, again, it goes back to the way, please pay attention now, it goes back to the way that you order the questions and how you deal with those three different categories of entirely different types of infinities, all right? And the question is reconcilable, but it cannot be reconciled on the basis of a Western theological approach where you reduce those infinities to a formal identity with each other. Follow me? So you're dealing very much with the same types of things. And in the chat room, Geiger just pointed out Kozyrev was getting very close to this idea. Intention works in a kind of time reversed, or if you will, phase conjugate fashion. All right, and I know that you'll understand what I meant there, Tony. Now, let me continue. However, time may also be experienced in reverse with effects producing causes, which is interestingly how intention operates. However, as I've noted for prior vidchats, quantum immortality involves backtracking. So how might this work? One possibility lies in our ability to forget. Standish himself notes that in old age senility may enable backtracking to earlier branches in our personal timeline of the sort postulated by the eternal return hypothesis of Ouspensky, Anthony Peake, and others. Now, let me go further here, Tony. It probably won't come as a surprise to you that in the early Christian era, this idea of a return was advanced by a very famous Christian writer by the name of Origen, and the Greek name for what they're calling it was apokatastasis, all right? And I'll spell that in the chat room for everybody. I talk a lot about this doctrine in that big set of, the 4-volume tome, and it's the idea of eternal return. So again, we see that physics and formal Christian theology physics is coming around to things now that formal Christian theology was dealing with, 2 millennia ago almost. So this is, to me, very, very interesting that you see physics kind of reviving this metaphysical approach. But please note, metaphysics with equations, all right? Let me continue. Intriguingly, the apparent retrocausality exhibited by the delayed choice quantum erasure experiment may simply be experimental confirmation of quantum backtracking resulting from such erasure of information. In his exegesis, Philip K. Dick proposed that the key to enlightenment, listen carefully, was the Gnostic concept of anamnesis. Now, anamnesis is the Greek term for remembrance. It's first used in a formally specific way by Plato when you have the Platonic turn in the cave. Remember Plato's cave? Is apokatastasis different from anakephaleiosis? Yes. The Platonic turn, you'll recall, you're sitting in the cave, the fire is behind you, and you're looking at projected forms or shadows on the cave wall. Then you get up and you walk out of the cave into the sunlight and you perceive the forms as they are. All right, that's anamnesis. Interestingly enough, Plato locates the forms, if you go all the way back to the Giza Death Star deployed, you'll discover that Plato locates the forms in the same levels that he's locating what he's calling the mathematicals. So in other words, in my opinion, Plato was getting as close as he could to the current idea of topology. In other words, a higher dimensional, topological, precise mathematical description of forms, all right, which is very different than the common academic way of perceiving what he's talking about, which I think at this juncture is kind of nonsense, all right? But now let me continue. I want to point out that anamnesis is also the term that is used in the Eastern Orthodox churches for the prayer in the Mass or the liturgy that's called the canon in the Western Church, the canon of the Mass, all right? That's that long extended prayer where you have the recitation, if you will, of the acts of Christ's life. That's called the anamnesis. So in other words, in theological thinking, anamnesis isn't limited simply to the Gnostics. It's limited also, it also means a specific act of recall so that you don't forget, or backtracking, as you're calling it. That's what anamnesis is doing. So again, all of these concepts and ideas have been there all along. What has always intrigued me, and began to intrigue me way back in the 1980s when I started studying theology, was how physics was coming to things, kind of being driven toward them, you might say, was coming back to certain concepts and structures that had been there in patristic thinking for a very, very long time. That's why, you know, I kind of go back and forth a lot between theology and this kind of mathematical thinking. Now let me continue. I've been struck by Dick's choice of terminology here. Rather than simply say remembering, he chose to say, to emphasize something subtly but significantly different, namely unforgetting. It's striking how closely this resonates with the above, that in backtracking we have forgotten the variance of our future and the very real possibility of gaining access to such future past experiences through unforgetting. Precisely. And in fact, if you look at the monastic tradition, the tradition is that what you're doing, this whole process that you're going through, is to help you recall or constantly remember God. This is why monks try to couple prayer with their breathing, so that eventually the mere act of breathing itself becomes a conscious act of remembrance, of anamnesis. Now, it would not surprise me. Philip K. Dick was not an illiterate man. He was well versed in philosophy. He was well versed, I think, to a certain extent, in some of these theological concepts. So I, like you, Tony, I don't think his choice of terms here is simply made for effect. He is aware that this term anamnesis carries a big, huge conceptual scaffolding with it. So I'm in agreement with you. I think you're going to see some interesting things happen, as you've already indicated, with the many worlds interpretation. I really think that you're only at the beginning of this. And it's going to be very interesting now, to me at least, to see if scientists engage, and please hear me carefully, Tony, if scientists engage with people who know and more or less are adherents of this classical theological position. I don't mean modern theologians. Modern theologians are basically idiots, okay, because they're so interested in being modern, they really don't understand what it is that happened in the past. But it would be very interesting to me to see if physicists attempt to engage more traditionally grounded types of theologians, because that could result in a very, very interesting dialogue, I think. All right, now, since we're talking about all of this, I wanted to have everybody get hit with this question right up front from Southern California Girl. She says, to be brief, I will ask, what implications does this meeting of the quote-unquote genuine Orthodox Christians in the light of the so-called Great Council of the Ecumenists mean for Eastern Orthodoxy? Is it laying the groundwork for something in the future? Now, what she's talking about here, folks, is that the Eastern Church has been for years planning to hold another ecumenical council. And there are traditionalist Orthodox that are opposing the idea. They view it as a council that is meant to be kind of the Orthodox equivalent of Vatican II. Now, I'm going to try and put this in as broad of a context as I can, Southern California Girl, as to what is really happening, in my opinion. I talk about this phenomenon in the very last chapter of the 3rd volume of that 4-volume tome. All right, what exactly is going on in the churches? And to be brief and blunt, and I have to light a cigarette for this one, folks. To be brief and blunt, what you have seen happening in all Western churches without exception, and I'm not talking about evangelicalism, all right? I'm talking about the historically grounded churches: Lutheranism, Presbyterianism, Methodism, Anglicanism, Roman Catholicism, Dutch Reformed, Swedish Lutheran, so on and so forth. In other words, those churches that have some connection, both doctrinally and liturgically, with that ancient Christian past. All right. In other words, I'm talking about forms of Christianity which are ultimately sacramental in their expression, howsoever individual churches may understand those sacraments. But nonetheless, they were all, without exception, sacramental religions. If you don't believe me, just sit down and read Calvin's Institutes, you know, the great Calvinistic reformer, Dutch Reformed, Presbyterian, and so on, where he emphasizes the necessity of holding the Lord's Supper on a regular basis. Now, obviously that didn't happen, but this was their intention. Now, if you look at these churches in modern times, you'll discover that all of them look more or less like each other, and they've become kind of a homogenized porridge. This is because beginning in the 19th century, for very specific reasons, there grew up in each church a group of liberalizers or progressives who wanted to jettison the traditional expressions of their individual confessions and to basically institute another reform of the church, to modernize it, to bring the church into the modern world. You saw the classic example of this at Vatican II. And the result of this has been that within each church, particularly within Roman Catholicism, within Lutheranism, within Anglicanism, in other words, those expressions that are very obviously sacramental. You go to an Episcopal church, the principal service on a Sunday morning is going to be the Eucharist. It's going to be the Mass, all right? Same thing with a traditional Lutheran church. The result of this move to basically take over or co-opt and revolutionize the church in any confession has been the rise of traditional bodies of resistance that want to maintain the old discipline, the old liturgies, the old vestments, the old feel. And in some cases, this has led to actual outright breaks with the official denomination. In other words, in this country, in the United States, you can go to a Roman Catholic church of the Society of St. Pius X and go to an old-fashioned Roman Catholic Latin Tridentine Mass. All right, they've rejected the whole Vatican II notion. In some cases, they've even rejected the papacy because in their view, the papacy led the revolution. You can go to certain Lutheran synods like the Wisconsin Synod, the Missouri Synod, and see very traditional Lutheranism. You can go to so-called continuing Anglican churches. There are very few of them. There's one where I live where you get, good old-fashioned high church Episcopalianism, and none of the revisionism. All right, there have been movements of resistance in each and every church. What you're looking at, in other words, Southern California girl, is the same thing is now happening in the Eastern Orthodox Church. You have a group of people that have no intention to adhere to or maintain the standard Eastern Orthodox doctrinal and liturgical expression, that want to take over the church and revolutionize it so that they can cram all the churches together. This is why the churches increasingly look like each other, all right? It has been a deliberate, formal agenda for a very long time. Now, if you want to know more, all I can tell you is there's that last chapter in the 3rd volume of the tome where I lay all this out in much more detail. But that's what's happening. The problem with orthodoxy is that orthodoxy has been so traditional for so long that most informed voices that would be conservative, in other words, interested in maintaining the liturgical and dogmatic expressions of orthodoxy, are also acknowledging that some of the other stuff that goes with it does need to be updated or at least examined. All right, so you've basically got 3 parties at work in orthodoxy. I hope that helps. Now, here we have an extended comment from Jarrett, and I don't know if Jarrett's in the chat room. Let me refresh my window here, folks, and just make sure that I've got everybody in the chat room, because I'm only seeing a few. Come on, refresh for me. There we go. I tell you what, my computer is just so slow. All right, Busy Dealer's in the chat room, so welcome to Busy Dealer. Alchemia is in the chat room. I Love Sushi. Come on. Redshift, I don't know if I said hello to you. A Cult Fan is in the chat room, so welcome to all the latecomers into the chat room. All right, now this one's from Jarrett, and these are some whopper doozies here, folks, and hang on. This is going to be fun. Firstly, I can honestly say that if I were in Tom DeLonge's shoes, now, Tom DeLonge, if you don't know who he is, he's a famous rock star. He was with the group Blink-182, and he's quit all of his music to pursue his passion for UFOs, and he's actually published a novel, and he wants to do a big project to bring young people into an awareness of the whole UFO, black technology, secret space program, you name it, bring them up to speed with it, all right? So if I were in Tom DeLonge's shoes with his $60 million net worth, I would break off $2 to $3 million or so and set you up with a fully outfitted research center and an expense account. I wish I had the kind of money to do that. Well, I do too, you know. All right, anyway. Part 1. I've always wondered what the day-to-day life of the average person living in the Paleo-Ancient High Civilization would have looked like. Obviously, there's no way to tell for sure, but based on everything we have read from you and discussed here, it must have been a strikingly different culture than that of today. And I have to agree, and I have to be honest with you, Jarrett, I have tried to think about what that culture would look like, and I come up with 2 very basic but very different dichotomous answers. On the one hand, I think it is highly possible that that culture would have had a high respect for the individuality and personhood of the individual person. In other words, it would look like what the founding fathers of the United States were attempting to do, and that is balance a culture and government with a premise of the natural rights of man and with the idea that every human being ultimately is the absolute bottom line essential sovereign entity. Okay? On the other hand, I've also had the view that that society would have been very hierarchical, and that the people at the bottom of the pyramid would have been more or less treated as serfs to serve the high and the mighty. Now, I do think that view has a bit more going for it, in that if you go back and look at the records, what you see is precisely that happening. You see a tier of gods and then the rest of humanity that are basically designed and put there to serve them. All right. Now, I don't rule out of the picture that it may have started out one way, just like we're seeing now happen in Western society. Started out one way, but ending up as something very different and ultimately mutually opposed to it. In other words, it may have gone through a transition very similar from societies based on that concept of individual personhood, natural rights of man, and all of that, to a society increasingly hierarchical and serving the interests of the few at the top, the parasite class. So I don't know. The final thing I want to point out, Jarrett, is, as I mentioned in the very first book, Giza Destar, and then later in some other books, is if you take the ancient texts seriously when they talk about the long lifespans of these gods, you know, you've got the pre-Diluvian patriarchs in the Old Testament, Methuselah living to 967 years old, and then you turn to the Sumerian kings list, where you actually have people supposedly living tens of thousands of years. You know, this has always been a tremendous problem for scholars interpreting the text, and that basically they throw up their hands and say, well, this is, you know, nothing but science fiction, or it's hyperbole to reinforce the idea that these people were gods because they live a long time. Well, I think what it really could represent is that they had a technology enabling that, or that natural lifespans were really indeed that long for whatever reason, and that it has changed for some reason, environmental, spiritual, or otherwise. And in that situation where you have long lifespans, stop and think what this means. It means that rather than having to recycle all of human knowledge and pass it down to each new generation every 20 years, you're recycling knowledge on a much longer cycle, making it much easier to do. And that also means that each individual, rather than concentrating on learning a limited, narrow area of knowledge, or being limited to one major scientific or philosophical discovery, now you have people living so long that they are literally able to be a Renaissance man. So you'd have a society possibly of Renaissance men. And that's going to lead in turn to a society of great leisure. It could possibly lead to a society of great goodness, because, you know, imagine Mother Teresa or Albert Schweitzer living thousands of years to do a lot of good. By the same token, it could lead to a society of extreme corruption, and this is what the texts suggest, of extreme corruption, where you would have an Adolf Hitler or a Joseph Stalin living a long time to do all of their evil. All right. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Question number 2. What would the actual technology look like that was used to travel between the local planets? Could spacecraft have been made out of stone along with field propulsion? Sure. And also a type of atmosphere retention technology in the ship may be based on the same technology. Sure. If you're creating a field of gravity around yourself, you're just dragging an atmosphere with you. All right. That's what planets do. It may sound stupid, but I'm just trying to think outside of our modern nuts and bolts reality. I'd love to hear your ideas and speculation just for fun, as I'm somewhat of an engineering nut. I'll go you one further, Jarrett, and I want everybody to pay attention to this. If you have a technology that is manipulating space-time using nonlinear materials, and if you go and look at my books, beginning with Giza Death Star Destroyed, again in SS Brotherhood of the Bell, again in the Philosopher's Stone, and on, what am I stressing over and over about nonlinear materials like rubber, like stone, that make the technology of this scalar torsion zero-point energy stuff, or plasmas, a highly nonlinear material? If you're looking at all of this, the common connection here between these advanced technologies is nonlinear material. Like the pyramid. All right, what's the pyramid made of? It's made of stone. It's made of lots of tiny little linear materials embedded in nonlinear material. All right. So could you have a spacecraft made of stone? Yeah. Rather than lots of metal? Yeah. Would you want a spacecraft made out of a lot of aluminum, which has highly non-torsion effects and acts like a nonlinear material with this stuff? Yeah. Would you perhaps want a spacecraft made out of stone? Yeah. Probably you would. Okay. So you're on the right track, I think. Now, I'd love to hear any ideas and speculation just for fun. I've been looking at stone spacecraft in more than a few sci-fi films, and while I know that it may just be computer-generated graphics designer's imagination, I wonder if there's some sort of archetypal memory here when humans imagine this stuff. And again, you have my answer. Crystals are both linear and nonlinear materials. They are linear in that they have a regular lattice structure. Metals are a crystal because they have a regular lattice structure. And if they're magnetized, that lattice structure becomes even more regular, even more crystalline, all right? When you embed it in a nonlinear material and then start multi-wave mixing on it, you get fascinating time-reversed waves, they're called, all right, or phase conjugate waves. And there we're connecting back to Tony. So the bottom line here is, from a certain point of view, Jarrett, stone spaceships would make a lot more sense than metal ones for a variety of reasons. Number one, they would be essential in a certain sense to the actual technology of the propulsion itself. And number two, stone would be a much better material shield against particle bombardment that you would, little microparticles floating out there in space as you're hurtling along, would be a much better shield system than metal would be, all right? So there's any number of reasons that this stuff might have been essential to the technology, all right? Now, part two. Do you think Elon Musk of SpaceX is unaware of the electrogravitic field propulsion technologies? I can't help but laugh every time I see those incredibly expensive rockets keep crashing while trying to land. Yes, I know they finally landed one recently. All right. I'm going to crawl way out on the twig of speculation here, Jarrett. Let's assume for the moment, for the sake of argument, that all of this advanced technology that we suspect has been kept secret, or that has been developed and kept secret, actually has been developed, all right? In that case, people like Elon Musk can only be one of three things. Number one, incredibly unaware and therefore stupid. Number two, they're trying to go and make commercially viable a technology that's publicly available, even though they may know of a alternative technology. Or number three, they're doing all of this to keep people focused on that technology and off of the other stuff. In other words, they're acting like shills and being paid a lot of money to do it. Now, I personally tend to think that people like Elon Musk do know of this, and the clue was given by, guess who? It was given by Donald Trump. Let's look at Mr. Trump for a moment from this point of view of a billionaire that's aware of what's out there in the alternative field. Isn't it interesting that he made a certain claim about Ted Cruz's father in potential relationship to the JFK assassination, and then what happened? Bang, Cruz dropped out of the race. Then earlier in the debates, when Jeb Bush was still in the race, he made a comment that came right out of left field about 9/11 truth. All right, he sounded like a 9/11 truther. All right, and what happened to Jeb Bush? Bang, he's out of the race. Now, what I suspect is going on, at least in Trump's case, but I think you can use him as a foil for Richard Branson, for Robert Bigelow, for Elon Musk, for these billionaires who are involved with the space stuff. It would, and particularly in Bigelow's case, because he is funding alternative technology research, all right? So in other words, I wouldn't have you look at Elon Musk. I would have you look at Bigelow, all right? Look at Bigelow, because he's the one that you never hear about, and he's the one that's been investigating the alternative technology stuff. So Trump, if you look at him, think of him as a kind of foil, all right? He is being given intelligence, or maybe he has a personal interest in these types of subjects, who knows? But the bottom line is, he's informed about some of it, and informed enough and confident enough to raise the whole issue in a public forum when the mainstream media and other candidates won't go for it. This is why I think Trump may represent a disenfranchised, disgusted faction within the American deep state that have had it with the other factions and what they see going on. I won't elaborate any further on that because there's other aspects of that. But I do think that there is a strong possibility that these billionaires are looking at all of these things and thinking, you know, we're being sold a bill of goods, all right? Bigelow, to my mind, is the one really to look at. Now, number two, if we reckon that he does have, that's Elon Musk, at least some knowledge of these technologies, then why isn't he throwing billions of dollars at them? Good question. Good question. He may be doing this simply to point out the untenability of rocket technologies. I don't know. My suspicion is it would be very difficult for someone like Elon Musk not to know, or at least have heard of all of the theories out there in the alternative community. But like I say, I think the one to look at here is not so much Elon Musk, but Bigelow, all right? Now, could he secretly be working on them, a la Lockheed Skunk Works? Are there any rumors that he could be? Absolutely he could be. And you've got to remember Being a corporation gives you a greater degree of secrecy than the government, simply because anything a corporation does is proprietary. Now, I can tell you without any hesitation whatsoever, all it takes is a cursory search on Google of US patents in anti-gravity, and you'll pull up such an astonishing number that your brain will boggle. So in other words, the public record is clear. These things are being researched and thought about. All you need is to have a lot of money to go research it. So do I think it's possible he might be doing that? Sure I do. Do I think it's possible that Bigelow and Branson might be doing it? Sure I do. Absolutely. Absolutely. And when you put that, Jarrett, in the context of something I pointed out in all the way back in SS Brotherhood of the Bell, if you recall, in the final part of that book, all I did was reproduce a lot of the so-called Majestic 12 documents and then comment on them. And I'm not concerned with their authenticity or non-authenticity. I was only concerned with the actual content of the documents themselves. One of the things you'll recall is that in those documents, it is stated that President Nixon took the United States government out of the management of the entire UFO problem and turned it all over to private corporations. That's what I think really happened. All right. That's what I think really happened. All right. Now, all right, I will go ahead and just tell you guys, and you can think of this wacky Trump scenario what you will. And I'm not addressing any specific question here. We'll get back to Jarrett's questions in a moment, but I think it would be helpful for you to understand what I think may be going on with Donald Trump. Trump, if you'll recall, I've been arguing for many years that I think there is real, genuine, factional infighting going on, not only within the Western elite, but more importantly, within the American deep state. And if you are at all familiar with the research of Professor Peter Dale Scott, you will recall that the mafia is one crucial member, one crucial faction of the U.S. deep state, the other being the Pentagon, the intelligence community, the financial community, and so on and so forth. But the mafia definitely involved, all right? The mafia, if you look at the classical expressions of it, Trafficante, Marcello, Meyer-Lansky, and so on and so forth. If you look at the mafia, what are they? Well, obviously they're a criminal underground, but they're not without patriotism. They're not without their own unique, weird brand of Americanism. And if you're the mafia and you're looking at what the Mr. Global factions within the deep state of the United States has been doing, if you're the mafia, you've got to be thinking they're running us into the ground. And what's the mafia been in business with? Casinos. And when you enact globalist policies or Obamacare or whatever and cut into the income, the disposable leisure income on which a lot of their income is based, then you've got to start having questions about the direction that they're taking you, and you might decide to break with the other components of the American deep state. And I suspect that Trump may, in fact, be representing that, all right? Because what's his primary business? It's casinos. So that's my nutty Trump scenario, all right? Now, part 3 of Jarrett's questions. If you do not feel comfortable enough to talk about this frankly, please ignore this last part. Personally, I find human sexuality to be one of the most interesting aspects of human existence. Taking into account the metaphor and the idea that the sexes were once one, and also the various religious doctrines that see marriage and male-female sexual intercourse as an analogical return to that original non-duality humanity, what is really going on here? I find it interesting that transgenderism is being pushed so hard right now, and I suspect it somehow plays into the hidden faction's knowledge of how all this really works. What is the goal here? Another interesting thought, there could be something to homosexuality, maybe specifically male homosexuality, and that is the reason it is so vilified in the Yahweh religions. I'll just stop right there, Jarrett, and say I suspect probably the same things that you do, all right? Yet, it is so openly practiced by the ancient Greeks and Romans and some of their wisest thinkers. Now, I'm not advocating to start a sacred gay sex cult, but rather just trying to look past all of the cultural biases and trying to figure out what is really going on in this human behavior. It's interesting that you mentioned the Greeks and Romans. I grew up in South Dakota, and of course I grew up surrounded, if you will, by the Lakota Sioux Nation, and they had kind of the Greek-Roman attitude towards homosexuality in their tribe. They were respected, not denigrated, and oftentimes they were the shamans for the tribe. So, you know, take that for whatever it's worth. I'm aware a sizable portion of male homosexuals have distinctly female brain anatomy. Not so. Actually, they have kind of a combination of the two. They have kind of a male hemispherical division of the brain, but they have a female amygdala coordinating both of it, all right? Could you try and speculate beyond this fact? My speculation here is this. I do suspect that the elites suspect that there is something to homosexuality. I suspect that many of those elites do not like it and want to eradicate it, and I suspect that other members of those elites, on the contrary, want to examine the phenomenon and understand it better because they sense, I don't think that they know, but at least that they sense that there is something different about homosexual consciousness, if I can put it that way. Now, the transgenderism thing, I think, is a different beast altogether. Because as I've tried to point out many times in these vid chats, sexuality and gender are not the same thing. We have got to start using the language accurately, all right? Sexuality is an actual physiological, if you will, neurological state of the physical being, as well as simply a mental attitude. Gender is a property of languages. If you've studied Latin or Greek or German or French or Polish or Russian, certain words have a certain gender, masculine, feminine, or neuter, and they therefore do not go to the deep roots of human sexuality. In other words, it's simply an attitude, and this is what we see being driven now. It's simply an attitude. It has nothing to do with your deep being, all right? This is what bothers me about this whole transgender bathroom thing right now. I think this is a diversion, a misdirection away from the deeper issue of the actual sexuality of a person. I think a lot of this is diversion, and I'm not being very clear on this. I wish I had the words to express what I'm trying to get at, but we made the change decades ago when they changed the boxes you had to check from male and female, sex, in other words, to gender, all right? I do think there is a physiological basis for homosexuality. in the neurological structures of male homosexual brains, all right? That's different from a mere attitude or thought. Coordinating the two, is, or I should say, has yet to be done in a detailed scientific way. I think the gender issue is actually a deflection, to be blunt, from the actual issue of homosexuality or bisexuality or what have you, or lesbianism or what have you. I think it's a deflection away from that because it's asking you to look at the surface incidentals rather than the essence of the thing itself. And I hope that makes some sense. All right, now let me take a swig here. Now we get to Swedish exile in Hungary. Here we go. I told you we were all over the board. I mean, look where we've been. We've been Federal Reserve, quantum mechanics, multiverse, ancient societies and what their living conditions were like, homosexuality, and now here we go, and JFK. Now here we go with Swedish exile in Hungary. Since my last set of questions for the Vidchat obviously got snatched out by the goons at NASA, I would like to focus a bit of our collective brain power on the said agency. But first, let's start with your news and views from May 26 regarding the obsolete technology of the Pentagon. I'm with you that this is just an attempt to grab more money. That being said, there is a rule that everybody knows, but only the real black belt ninjas of system administrators understand the true meaning of. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If something had been running for a few decades without any serious glitches, that is something really to applaud. And thank goodness it has been running without serious glitches. There have been no accidental launches of ICBMs, okay? The more modern systems that Gary McKinnon broke into were, as I understand, based on a poorly configured network using Windows as the operating system. Surprise, surprise, folks. If I'm not totally mixing up things, I think the servers he hacked into use the default administrator logins, name admin, password admin. I love it. I love it. I'm doffing my hat on that one, Swedish exile. That's pretty good. Anyway, I have no personal grudge against Microsoft. I do. But if the old ICBM systems would be running Windows, I doubt we would be sitting here today. I love it. And you're probably right, Swedish exile. You know, hopefully they're using Linux or something else other than Microsoft Windows. That's good. Anyway, the blue screen of death you see when you get Windows crashes would get a new macabre meaning. Oh, my. Another point that is worth considering is something I started to suspect when the NSA scandal hit the fan in full force back in 2013. When talking security on the internet, most of us are talking about software and encryption. But what if the layer that supports the software, namely the hardware, already has backdoors burned into the processors and network chips? And yes, Swedish exile, back in the 1980s, there was a scheme that actually broke into the news where the NSA wanted to put what were called clipper chips into the hardware of the computers. Google it and you'll find that that is an actual story, and I think that possibility absolutely exists. And not only clipper chips in your computers, but clipper chips in your phone, in your TV, and so on and so forth to download data, all right? So it's not a software issue alone, it's a hardware issue. And I think, yes, this is the reason why you see many countries trying to develop their own computer industry. I think you see this in China's case. I think you see it in Russia's case, quietly in Germany's case. I think you see this because they are afraid of that type of hardware problem. All right, exactly. I doff my hat. All right. This would bypass all kinds of encryption. I'm not just certain NASA have played with the idea, I'm certain it already exists. And I'm telling you, Swedish exile, it has existed since the 1980s and probably, therefore, long before it became a public issue of discussion during the Reagan administration. When Apple recently refused to build backdoors into their iPhones, it's pretty easy to see why. Any backdoor can be found and used by anyone who is smart enough. Bingo, ding, ding, ding. It's exactly what I said in the new book on 9/11. Those backdoors that were put into the Promise software, could work in two directions. In other words, it's not just the United States spying on everybody else, but everybody else can ride those backdoors into the American system if they know where they are, how to look for them, and how to use them. Absolutely. Now, an obsolete computer could thus by itself be regarded as hacking safe. No backdoors in software or hardware. If I were the system administrator of that equipment, I would probably fight hard to keep things as they are. But let's back up a bit and think about what has happened. Edward Snowden and Julian Assange are two characters who I am finding increasingly dubious. I doff my hat again. Yes, I find them, look, I found them increasingly dubious, Swedish exile, when their stories first broke, all right? I am in total agreement with you here. Now, why is it that these two are allowed a massive amount of news coverage in the mainstream media? Either the media is controlled or it isn't. And Snowden Assange would certainly have died from a crazy gunman or freak accident a long time ago if the powers that be wanted it so. So at the very least, we can say that they wouldn't get primetime coverage if their characters didn't serve a purpose. Here are some crazy thoughts from the top of my mountain. Snowden, I believe, was sent to reveal the massive data collection of the NSA. The question, of course, is why? One thought is that it was a way to see who started to use encryption. Those people would certainly shine like beacons in an otherwise dull stream of selfies, porn, and incomprehensible data from CERN. Oh, you're on a roll today, Swedish exile. I love it. Those people would probably shine like beacons. Although another thought I'm having is that this is nothing else than a conditioning to make us comfortable enough with the thought that we as individuals can be tapped in upon at any moment. I'm not talking about phones or internet right now, but something deeper. Assange WikiLeaks just revealed the mail where Hillary clearly states, "Send the mail unsecure." Feels pretty political and with an interesting timing. You've hit it right on the head. Well, I'll reserve my comment and finish your commentary. Unless the NSA filters out this mail as well, I look forward to hearing your thoughts and speculations on the NSA and what you think of our modern freedom-fighting musketeers, Snowden and Assange. All right. Swedish exile, I'll tell you what my suspicion was from the get-go with these two and what it remains to this day. All right. I think these two are yet part of the evidence, and I've never said this publicly before, so I'm saying it for the first time now. And I'm glad you've given me the opportunity to do so. I'm doffing my hat yet again. The scenario I've been outlining is that since 9/11, you have been looking at major factional infighting within the Western power structure, the deep state power structures of the West, and in particular of the United States. I think absolutely that Snowden and Assange represent a faction within that deep state that is breaking with other factions and trying to get them out of the picture. Just like I think Trump represents possibly a symbol of this factional infighting, in his case, the mafia, fed up with the Wall Street Mr. Global crowd, all right? I think in Assange and Snowden's case, they are trying, as I think you've clearly pointed out, they are trying to get a certain faction read out of the picture. So the real question is, what is that faction? Well, Hillary Clinton is the target here. With Donald Trump, it was Jeb Bush was the target, and Senator Cruz, all right? What these factions look to me like they're doing is they're attempting to take that Bush-Clinton nexus out of the picture completely. They're trying to get rid of that neocon influence within the American intelligence structure that has been there since George Herbert Walker Bush was the director of the CIA. That's the first target. In turn, I think that target leads you inevitably, ineluctably, inexorably to the Rockefeller interest. Why? If you look at the Rockefeller interests, what they have always attempted to do is dominate the cutting edge of technology. So they're taking ultimate aim to try and exclude that interest from any further goings on or influence over the course of events. And I think the reason why is they're looking at that Mr. Global interest and saying, you want global corporations to run the world? Look at the job you've done in the last 20 years. It's deplorable. It's abysmal, all right? So I think you have real factional infighting going on between elements of the U.S. deep structure and those corporate interests represented by the Rockefellers and then the Clinton-Bush nexus, all right? Now, in support of that thesis, Swedish exile, I've also been advancing the idea that what the Rockefeller interests appear to me to be doing, since they've divested themselves of petroleum and so on, is they are trying to buy their way back in by funding these fusion projects and other advanced technology things, that they're trying to buy their way back into the interior loop. And that's a clue that they have been shut out from the very top echelons of that breakaway civilization structure, and they know it. So this is a real huge, quiet, in my thinking, behind the scenes, honest to goodness, full-scale mafia-style warfare between these various groups, and they're pulling out every stop that they can think of in the organ console of covert operations. All right, this is what I think is going on. And you have nailed Julian Assange and Edward Snowden very clearly. Now, in Snowden's case, I want to add one more thing. I have never believed that Snowden was acting or working alone. I think he was told to do what he did. I think it's very interesting that he ends up seeking asylum in Russia, of all places. And I do think it's possible that Snowden may be, at some point, working for the Russians and may not have known it until he actually arrived there. All right? Now, why do I say this? Because if you look at what Russia has been saying over the past few years since 9/11, read the new book and you'll discover what I'm saying. But Russia has also been playing the Hillary email card. Go on RT and look at what they've been saying about it. Oh, we've got her emails. And you'll notice that they're not releasing any of them. They're simply following the story and, oh yeah, we know about all this. So in other words, behind the scenes, in addition to all of this, Russia has been saying odd things like, well, our fight isn't against the Nazis in Kiev, it's against the Nazis in Washington. Oh, and by the way, yeah, we had an economist that told you Americans before 9/11 happened that you're about to be attacked by a global group with assets in excess of $300 trillion. So Russia's been sending signals. Yeah, there's this group out there and they're collecting all this data and we know about it. Okay. So wait, just wait. I think you're going to see the news, Swedish exile, become even more bizarre as we approach the election in this country. And it's going to increasingly become more bizarre after that. The key here for me in all of this was the fact, and I don't hesitate to talk about American politics here. I don't do it publicly because it nauseates me. But here where we're doing our high-octane speculation, the key to me here was when Trump met with Kissinger, all right? Why is that significant? Well, number one, Kissinger is part of the Rockefeller interest, no doubt about it, all right? He was mentored by David Rockefeller. He became part of David Rockefeller's inner circle, along with Zbigniew Brzezinski, by the way. But what has Kissinger done in the last year and a half that signals that there's a huge philosophical fissure and fracture within the American intelligentsia, the American intelligentsia aspect of the deep state? Well, Kissinger has come right out and said, we need to be dealing with Russia in a completely different way. We need to quit confronting them. We need to make them partners in the war on terror. In other words, Kissinger has basically been echoing Mr. Putin's line. And yes, in the chat room, Eudemus has pointed out that Kissinger has met with President Putin privately and probably discussing all of this. Okay? So Trump is meeting with that faction of the American deep state that is disenchanted with the Brzezinski, Obama, G.W. Bush neocon approach to world affairs. And that's a clue that Trump, again, is representing a faction of the American deep state that is really pissed off about the way things have been going, all right? So there you have all of my thoughts. Again, I doff the hat on that one, Swedish exile. That was just a humdinger of commentary. All right. Let me pause here and refresh my user window so that I can see if there has been anybody sneak into the room while I wasn't looking and talking. All right. Excuse me. Let's see here. We have Platon 2016. Welcome to Mr. Plato and Rosenzad and RB44, all of you guys that snuck into the chat room while I was talking. All right, here we go. This one is from Kelly M. She says, hello, Joseph and fellow Vidchat members. I've been thinking a lot about the evidence for the destruction of Tiamat, the planet that was once between Earth and Jupiter. Joseph and I have been having an ongoing thread about the metrology, that is, the measurement systems and chronology of the events, the tragic events of our distant past. Dr. Tom Van Flandern fixes that date at 3.25 million years ago. Richard C. Hoagland fixes the date at 65 million years ago. I've never been satisfied with the metrology and chronology proposed by mainstream exogeology. One of their key pillars in their model is something called the late heavy bombardment. The late heavy bombardment hypothesis is based upon the analysis of lunar rocks. The standard model says this event occurred 3.9 to 4.1 billion years ago. What if the late heavy bombardment metrology is confused by the, listen carefully, is confused by the events on Tiamat? In other words, Tiamat's explosion. If the rocks and Tiamat were formed between 3.9 and 4.1 billion years ago, which they would have been if it was a member of the solar system. All right, that's the approximate age. And Tiamat was destroyed. That debris ended up on the moon. Then the rocks will retain their age as those rocks were formed on Tiamat. Using this model, we can explain both the presence of water and the presence of rocks with ages that back us into a chronology of planetary formation. Pardon me, folks. Sinus is draining. That means we're having a weather change. Pardon me. Using this model, we can explain both the presence of water and the presence of rocks with ages that back us into a chronology of planetary formation that coincides with the other planets in the solar system world. Tiamat was an ocean world. A key unanswered question would be the presence of salts for some of their non-volatile remnants. Underlying the theory described in the article that I sent is the assumption that all the rocks on the moon reflect the moon surface age. But since the authors mention asteroid bombardment, specifically the late heavy bombardment, that this is suggestive evidence that the theory of a solitary moon makes no sense. And again, we are confronted with the idea of what happened on Iapetus or Iapetus, with one side being covered with organic matter, whatever that is, and also what happened on Mars, the fat-bottomed girl. The story of the moon is starting to make more sense to me. Earth's ecological processes have clearly suppressed the narrative and the timing of the chapters of life in our solar system. The moon also has no processes like this, and therefore it tells the tale most clearly. I feel like this community of scientists are communicating with each other, and the lame science journalists are not in on the joke. Would you care to comment on this, Joseph? Peace and long life, live long and prosper. Hasta la vista and take care. All right. I'm going to doff my hat on that one, Kelly, because absolutely I'm in 150% agreement with you. The dating of the moon by moon rocks leaves out of the picture the bombardment and the explosion of Tiamat, which, as you're arguing, if you simply inject that hypothesis into the analysis of the moon rocks as your initial assumption, you end up with the moon rocks validating the Van Flandern hypothesis in a basic way and invalidating all of the extant theories of how the moon was formed and how it got there. All right, so I absolutely agree with you. And let me go further. I'm in agreement with you that what we see happening in the public presentation of science by the mainstream scientific journalistic media is precisely a contrived operation to keep people from examining the very simple philosophical twist that you made with your comment. They don't want people looking at that idea of an ancient cosmic war and coming to those types of conclusions, because that opens up all sorts of Pandora's boxes, and that's the problem. All right. I see in the chat room some people are having some issues with the video freezing. I've been noticing on my end the same thing, and it's not my computer, folks. I have my little gauges that I keep an eye on, and my RAM and processing percentages are where they should be. So it may be that there are internet issues that all of us are experiencing. All right. Now, sorry I'm smoking so much, folks, but my sinuses have begun to drain. That means there's a weather change going on. So I'm trying to keep my sinuses clear. Anyway, now this one's interesting. This one is from Leo in Christchurch. down in New Zealand. And it kind of goes to this ancient civilization, ancient warfare theme, all right? He says, my question this week is this. You have written and spoken extensively on the prehistorical high technology civilization that preceded the current cycle of Earth civilization and have speculated on the scientific hallmarks of that civilization. But further east in India, Southeast Asia, Tibet, China, there is another civilization with highly developed knowledge and practices pertaining to the, call it rehabilitation, I suppose, of the human spirit. Could you speculate on where that knowledge comes from? Are they too a legacy of another high order people, or even the same people as the Giza weapon builders? Is it even possible for such a high order spiritual awareness and knowledge to live side by side with the destructive killing machine that Giza was? All right, now, I not only suspect that it is possible for them to coexist, I think it was an absolute necessity, because we don't know if they were under threat by yet any other group out there somewhere. So a civilization like that is going to have to develop technologies and means to defend themselves. The real question here that I think you're getting at is there or was there a component of that ancient high science that concerned itself with issues of spirituality, with issues of consciousness, with issues of morality and virtue, and so on? And my answer to that in this case is a clear and unhesitating yes, because we've already seen with Tony M's comments how modern physics is almost being driven by some sort of internal mathematical compulsion to address issues of metaphysics that have been long talked about in Christian theology and Jewish theology and in classical philosophical metaphysics and so on. And to expect that the East would not have had similar preoccupations is absurd. Of course they did, and of course they do. The real question is, does that body of knowledge that you see in certain schools of Tibetan Buddhism, that you see in certain Vedic schools, and so on, do these things represent a declined legacy from that civilization? And again, in my personal opinion, the answer again is yes. It looks to me like we can take that Paracelsian paradigm and expand it globally. And what do I mean by that? Go back to the Philosopher's Stone and recall what I wrote in there about what Paracelsus thought about this vast pool of esoteric knowledge that had just kind of sprung up out of nowhere during the Renaissance, all right? You'll recall that Paracelsus was looking primarily at the Western esoteric tradition. But he said, or she, depending on what Paracelsus was, there's a bit of evidence that he was actually a she. Paracelsus said that if you looked at the three different basic traditions of Western esotericism, what did you have? Well, you had the Hebrews with Kabbalah and Gematria. You had the Egyptians with alchemy. And you had the Mesopotamians with astrology. And that these were all fragments of what had been, and this was very much the common Renaissance view. So he's not, or she is not alone here. But he viewed, and I'm just simply going to say he, but please remember, I think that there's a bit of evidence that Paracelsus may have been a she. he thought that if you took those three fragments and recombined them, or attempted to recombine them, you could find what that underlying unified science once might have been. Now let's leap forward about a century or so from Paracelsus to Gottfried Leibniz, all right? You'll recall that Leibniz not only suspected that there was a form of analysis in ancient mathematical treatises, he went much further than Descartes and Newton. He thought he saw in the Chinese I Ching a fragment of an earlier high science, okay? Now, he does not get into the idea, as far as I'm aware, that this also included a science of consciousness, although he made several very interesting, I mean, his whole monadology philosophy is about consciousness when you get right down to it, all right? I think that if you expand Paracelsus's view then and take into account the rest of the world, that what you're looking at with some of those ancient Eastern systems are fragments, declined legacies of the very same unified high science as may once have existed. And therefore, not only do you have to attempt to reincorporate Egyptian alchemy and Hebrew Kabbalah and Mesopotamian astrology, but you also have to incorporate Eastern astrology, Chinese alchemy, Indian Tantra, Tibetan consciousness exercises, and so on, because all of this, I think, is a fragmentation of what had once been a united set of information and esotericism, or of a high science. All right? And yes, the illusion of the fragment, occult tower, or occult fan in the chat room says, talk about a fallen tower. Well, yeah, we're back to the Tower of Babel moment of history, which, as I pointed out way back in the Giza Death Star books, I think was not simply about confusing human colloquial natural languages, but about confusing the high language of science that may have existed at that time. It's that they're really targeting, all right? Now, with this in mind, let's go to Katie Ball, and Katie was in the chat room earlier. Let me take a quick gander here and see if she's still here. I'm not seeing Katie, so Katie, this one's going to you in the recording, all right? Now, she says, I'm off to Hay-on-Wye Book Festival this weekend, so I might not be able to tune in later, but in light of your blogs today regarding the military preparing for something in space, as well as your last seminar at the Secret Space Conference, citing the Book of the Damned by Charles Fort, it seems that other people in the alternative research industry are also getting ready for something. In particular, I've noticed the meme that man is bad and sinful, that man should accept all invading ETs due to their essentially godlike status and superiority, making use of the manipulative PC labels of racialism and nationalism, that we should not accept them. I've listened, or rather cringed through, an interview with Stephen Greer this morning and felt that he was putting out some unsettling memes, to say the least, Katie. Namely, that all ETs must be benevolent because they must be more spiritual and technically advanced than us, and that for man to be hostile in space or indeed defend the Earth is an act of interplanetary racism. He also pointed out that there is no evidence at all that ET is hostile. I beg to differ after reading some of the gruesome ancient texts. The previous day, I listened to an interview with Tom Horn. He spoke about how man is fallen and sinful. Now, please note, Tom Horn, Katie, is an American evangelical. He's coming out of that Western theological view that all Western Christianity has inherited from Augustine of Hippo, where what you inherit from Adam and Eve is a natural inclination to sin. All right? You inherit a sin nature. And as I've pointed out over and over again, this is not the correct doctrine. It is, in fact, a heresy. And it was said to be a heresy by none other than a great patriarch of Constantinople by the name of Photius, all right? Came right out in one of his books called Against the Manichees. And what he meant by Manichaeanism was the Western Church and its Augustinized theology, all right? And remember, Augustine was a Manichaean at one point. Photius came right out and said, to say that there is a sin of nature is a heresy. What you inherit from Adam and Eve, as I pointed out in that webinar in the members area, if you read the Greek and you understand the Greek church fathers, who after all read Greek, what you inherit from Adam and Eve is death. You don't, in other words, you inherit the consequence of their sin, but you don't inherit the moral culpability for it, all right? There is a huge difference here that again, theologically, you find the difference affecting the developments in other areas of Western culture, like what is a corporate person? This is coming out of that Western doctrine. So again, he's being faithful to the tradition that he knows, but his unfortunate problem is he doesn't know that there's another tradition and that the tradition he's faithful to is wrong, all right? So anyway, you go on and say, the previous day I was listening to an interview with Tom Horn, and he spoke about how man is fallen and sinful, equaling bad, and that we should all accept incoming ETs because they are obviously more spiritually aware than us, and we must accept them coming to our planet to baptize us. Question: in the light of the above, who ultimately do you think is behind the liberal extreme left-wing agenda? Is this really only Nazis engineering a right-wing backlash, or do their overlords have a final twist in the game that even they don't see? I don't doubt it. I think not just the elites benefit from mass migration and cutting people off from their cultural identities. I think that we might be also the victims of a meme that is being imposed on us, that man is inherently bad and that we must surrender to a higher power. Are we being primed for an invasion of a different kind, or is this just skillful psyop? Well, it's both. Perhaps Rosen was fed the information about the military plans of the elites to finally engineer and false flag ET invasion, except it's actually real and empowered by the confusion, doff my hat here, by the confusion that the above memes have created. All right, now, Katie, I will say this. I have been all of my life fascinated with UFOs and the question of extraterrestrials. I have never bought the idea that just because you're technologically more advanced means ipso facto that you are morally and spiritually more advanced. In fact, I think you could make a case that looking at human history and certain tribal cultures that were primitive in terms of technology, but yet very, very advanced in terms of their spiritual awareness and perception, that the opposite is true. But even then, there is no logical or compulsory connection between the level of technology of a given civilization and the level of spiritual or moral awareness of that civilization. After all, in its day, Nazi Germany was one of the most technologically advanced civilizations and nations on the planet. And yet, it used that technology to create a massive amount of evil and genocide and slaughter. So I have never been on board, and I do question and have had the same suspicion as you, that the UFO community has been putting out memes of our beneficial space brothers, while in private the breakaway civilization people, in my opinion, have been preparing for a conflict, and that they have probably done so because they know something, and part of what they may know may be coming from the idea of examining those ancient texts. If you view the idea of ancient astronauts as being real, then you must deal with what the ancient texts say. And you cannot make those texts say anything other than what they have said, in that those people were a pretty gruesome, evil lot when all was said and done. All right? So, no, I'm not in agreement with anybody that says you inherit a sin nature. I never have been. This is why, if I ever did go back to an organized church, it would not be any Western church, period. This is not a matter of something that you simply make up as you go along. It is a matter of the historical record of the Christian texts. All right? That's key to understand here. Now, with that in mind, let's turn to Byzantium. Because with this, we're back to the question, doffing my hat once again, of a computer problem. And hello to Eosipov in the chat room. Eosipov, you're new, so the tradition here is you've got to tell us where you're from, what country you're from, all right? Anyway, here's from Byzantium in Belgium. Number 1, do you think Catherine Austin Fitts' computer program, confiscated by the state, got implemented in the promised software? Possibly yes, because what Catherine has described publicly and to me about the software that she developed for her Hamilton Securities Group was software that enabled you to look at federal spending on a locality by locality basis, all right? And that kind of software, therefore, is a tracking software which could easily be modified or plugged into Promise, because Promise was a tracking software. All right, now, that said, I have never heard Catherine come out and explicitly say, at least to my knowledge, that she suspects that this may have been what has happened. I don't think that Catherine would object to that idea, but you'd have to ask her. You go on to say, ultimately she got the program back in an unusable way, and to my understanding offered other people to build it back up to a usable way, but nobody seemed to be wanting to take up that offer. Maybe too much risk, and they knew it. Possibly. Yeah, possibly. No, I didn't say she was connected with the Hamiltons. She had a company called Hamilton Securities Group. All right. Number 2, the Nazi International is a powerful fact. Wait, before I start number 2, let me go on to say something else, Byzantium, about her software and why the government went after her. I strongly suspect that one of the reasons that they did so was that she had created a software essentially very similar to what the Promise software was, and that the intelligence community may have known that this posed some sort of potential threat to their own software development. All right, so in other words, they had to shut down the operation, in their phrase, in the national security interest. All right, now let's go on to number 2. The Nazi International is a powerful faction permeated through many countries, and their agenda centers around world domination, robotic behaving slaves, eugenics, and so on and so forth. Betrayal in these circles seems no stranger. However, the higher-ups, the ultimate pushers of the various agendas, are very elusive. They equally seem to value power as invisibility. Bingo! Doff my hat. Let me read that one more time, because I hope this one sinks in for everybody. They seem to value power as invisibility. Now stop and think the implications of that remark. That means if you're looking at publicly known figures, think Rothschilds, Rockefellers, and so on, you're probably not looking at the top tier, okay? And they conduct their power play by manipulation, keep on their toes through non-lethal rivalry amongst themselves. It seems almost to be a play for them, like chess is for us. In all your research, did you ever find mention of a group as elusive as mentioned above? I am not referring to the visible parasites of various family dynasties. And the short answer, Byzantra, is, have I ever run into anything indicating this invisible group? And the short answer is yes, obviously I have. Go back and remember what I said in Thrice Great Hermetica and the Janus Age about the Rosicrucians and the idea of an invisible college, all right? Now, I think you're looking at 3 invisible groups primarily, though not to be limited just to those 3. There are invisible groups in every power structure, all right? Invisible people whose names may occasionally get out into the public, but they don't really have a prolonged or consistent track record of public exposure or talk about them, all right? But the 3 groups I think that you have genuine, deep, invisible groups are in international finance, they're in secret societies or occult groups, if you will, and thirdly, this breakaway civilization group, the real technocrats, not the Henry Kissingers, not the Zbigniew Brzezinskis writing their stupid books for popular consumption, but the real technocrats that know how to design a hydrogen bomb or how to design a free electron chemical laser, and so on and so forth. These are the people I strongly suspect comprise yet a 3rd invisible group. Now, the question there, Byzantra, is, do any of these groups overlap or interlock? Now, if you're familiar with all of the vast literature out there on the history of secret societies or exposures of secret societies, and there's a lot of it out there, some better than others. There's a lot of insiders telling their stories, all right? And some of it's very, very good and rings very true for certain reasons, and others don't, all right? Mostly you'll find the good insider secret society whistleblowers in Europe, not in the United States, all right? But in Europe, it's almost a cottage industry. Now, the pattern that you see in occult secret societies is a constant overlap of personnel from one society to another, oftentimes creating new secret societies as psychological operations and what have you. But you see this constant interlock of these societies of the same personnel popping up in this society, and this society, and this society, all right? Now, that is typical of the pattern of the history of secret societies. They do this all the time. They've been doing it for a very, very long time. But now look at what's going on here. If you look at the structure of corporations, particularly beginning at the end of the 19th century, carrying all the way up to today, what do you see? Well, J.P. Morgan made the practice of loaning money to big corporations in return for a block of stock that would allow him to put his men, his people on the boards of those corporations. This was a practice that was pursued in Great Britain. It was pursued with a vengeance in Germany. All right. And we know what one of those corporations was. If you look at this, what you see is the same pattern going on in the financial world, the world of high finance capital, and occult secret societies. The pattern is the same. And this suggests to me that at least those two factions, at some very deep level, have been and are deeply connected. The real question is whether or not this is a pattern that you can see in the real technocrats. There's no evidence, there's no indication. However, you must know that scientists, technicians, and engineers interface with each other in their little informal discussion groups all the time. The question is has that pattern, like in the other two factions, carried over into more formal arrangements? When you look at groups like the Jason Group or the MITRE Corporation or the Carlyle Group or SAIC in the United States, in those four corporate cases, you see a high degree of precisely the same pattern of overlapping personnel involved in the highest corporate reaches of advanced technical development, particularly with groups like the Jason Group and SAIC. All right. So I suspect on that basis, Byzantra, that you can argue from those patterns to the hypothesis that yes, if this is going on, the possibility exists that each of these three things are in turn networked with each other in a very similar fashion. I hope that makes sense, because that is a very, very good question. Now, let's go on to your third question. Seeing things from a dualistic perspective, black needs white and vice versa to survive. Does there exist a historical group dealing more from the perspective through synthesis, the both and perspective? Yeah, I would say absolutely. And again, I'm not a dualist, so please understand this. But most of these people effectively are. And I do think that there is a group of them that are involved at the very deepest levels of the very blackest black magic that really do view themselves as performing some service for the good. All right. Now, obviously, what's happening here is you're getting into a state of such moral confusion. This is why I say that both and dialectic is not a moral dialectic. All right. It's a metaphysical one, and that's something very different. But if you have a certain group of people taking it as a moral dialectic, then you end up doing what? You end up calling good evil and evil good. You know, and once you get into that state of moral confusion, society begins to collapse. I think this is precisely what's going on. Now, let me start another cigarette, folks. The sinuses continue to drain. Question number 4. If the USA and EU go to war with Russia, and I think even the insane leaders of the EU probably think that that's just one of the nuttiest ideas. I mean, let's face the facts here. Napoleon Bonaparte tried it, and Adolf Hitler tried it. And we know what the result in both cases was. The only one that got away with it was Kaiser Wilhelm. Okay, so you know, we're 2 for 3 here, folks. So not a good idea. All right. Would they get help from those off-world or Nazi International hardware software sources? Do you think Russia and China are also in space with destructive toys? Absolutely, I do. Absolutely, I do. Is there anything balancing out the Nazi International off-world group? Well, number one, I don't necessarily think the Nazi International is based off-world. I think there's a possibility it might be. What you're really asking is, do I think there's any good group of international extent? Really, honestly, decently good. All right. And my answer is yes. And you're standing right now in the middle of one of them, and there's lots of them all over the world. Um, Groups like what we do here are informal in a certain sense. We haven't organized a secret society. We don't have any political agenda. You know, we're not about any of that. But by the same token, I think we are looking at, yeah, Charles or Carl the 12th in Sweden. Yeah, I mentioned him actually in the pre-chat, as a matter of fact, TSC. I think what you're looking at is there is a body of moral inertia in the world among us so-called average people that is the counterbalancing weight to all of this. Now, that said, I want you to go back and reflect, Byzanter, on what I just said about Donald Trump and factional infighting. Because of the nature of the case, mafias, when they start fighting each other, oftentimes do and have turned to genuinely good groups in order to help them in their cause. What do I mean? Well, let's go back to World War II. Now, the West certainly isn't perfect. France, Great Britain, the United States, the Soviet Union certainly were not perfect moral paragons, right? And obviously the Soviet Union would be the most dubious of them all. But yet we were confronting an evil of a very, very virulent spiritual character in Nazi Germany. And what happened in the United States is very interesting, because you did have a perception, and I think it was true, that the war really was a war about good and evil. Great Britain certainly wasn't perfect. The United States certainly wasn't perfect. France certainly wasn't perfect. But there was an awareness that they were fighting for the good of this civilization that we call Western or European. And that what they were fighting was ultimately destructive of it. No two questions about it. The United States made a deal with the American mafia at the time, Lucky Luciano and so on, who, like the mafia, as I suggested before with my Trump scenario, was a criminal underground, no two ways about it, went around shooting people as part of its business practices. But it was also patriotic, and it crawled into bed with the American intelligence establishment, and the American intelligence establishment crawled into bed with it in order to use the mafia contacts to fight and prosecute the war against the Axis powers, and in particular against fascist Italy. All right? So those kinds of alliances can and do occur, and they may occur yet again. Who knows? I don't know. I think and suspect that we're watching it happen right now as we speak. Number 5. Do you think the speed of this is a really good question, and I want to doff my hat again to Byzanter on this question. This is a very, very important question. Do you think the speed of thinking is important? Short answer, it depends on the circumstance. Long answer, we'll get to in a minute. I've had 2 psychotic episodes in my life which resulted in diminished intellectual functioning after each episode. The only reason I'm not locked up like a drooling idiot in some chronic institution is due to a specific vitamin B supplement, niacin. My speed of thinking seems different from the average person. It is a strain for me to be coherent. However, I observe that people who take drugs or antidepressants or anti-anxiety medicines for the mind tend to think slower than the people who don't take those drugs And they also seem cut off from a vast array of emotions. I've noticed the exact same thing. It is also my belief that this is intentional to give those parasitic one-dimensional beings an edge that they desperately need. Bingo. Any thoughts? Well, my thought is this. There are certain circumstances, Byzantra, in which, yes, speed of thinking, the ability to respond quickly and on your feet in various situations, like a threatening situation or maybe a debate that you're having, that speed of thinking in those circumstances is critical. But I think what you're talking about is just your normal, everyday operative paradigm, if you will, of how you intellectually and mentally engage with whatever it is you're confronting during your day. Or in this case, as we talk about all of these different topics here on this website in these Vidchats, I think speed of thinking in those circumstances is much less critical than the ability to order the questions of your thinking or the logical steps of your thinking properly. All right. This is one of the biggest failures right now that I see and have seen all of my life with Western education. I used to tell my students when they would race ahead to a conclusion to slow down and fill me in on every little baby step of your argument. Don't assume that I'm a mind reader just because I have PhD tacked after my name. I'm not a mind reader. I'm a plodder. That's what PhD stands for, plodder, okay? It's much more important to be able to order your thoughts in a rational and logical manner from point A to point Z and all the steps in between, and then to be able to articulate them than it is to be able to think quickly. All right? And I would go further and say that when you force yourself to slow down and go through those steps and make sure that you can articulate them, that what you find happening is that your mind begins to restructure itself and to become much more able to branch out and to synthesize vast amounts of thinking and vast amounts of data that seemingly are unrelated to each other. So my recommendation is slow down, work out each baby step. Even though it may seem obvious to you, it may not be obvious to someone else. And therefore, if it's obvious, all the more reason that you be able to articulate those steps. All right. If you read my books carefully, that's what you see me doing. I'm laying each detail in a particular slot at a particular time and a particular place in the argument to make the case as effectively as I can of what I'm trying to say in my conclusion. So in other words, I'm not leading you there immediately. If you look at modern student papers in this country, I can't speak for Belgium, but if you look at modern student papers, Byzantra, in this country, what inevitably happens is they have no idea how to write an academic argument. They lead with their conclusion rather than with their thesis. So it's very, very difficult. You have to slow yourself down. You have to kind of, it's like you're trying to turn the spotlight on the shadow of your mind as it moves and catch it in the act. And that's very difficult for some people to do. Now, I do agree that drugs, these types of drugs, are suppressing emotional responses, and they are dumbing down the mind chemically. And you know, this, I have never taken drugs other than my alcohol problem, and I just don't go there because I do struggle with terrible depressions, but you know, I'd rather struggle with them and be in command of them personally, rather than reliant on a drug to help me do so. But that's just me. I'm not saying that there are some people that drugs do not help either. I've seen them help people. I've seen them hurt people. So anyway, very good questions. All right, now, I think we are coming up to, yes, the last, no, hang on here, folks. The last 2 questions of the day. So here we go. This one is from Geiger. He says the following sets of questions are mostly derived from the covert wars and breakaway civilizations, with addition of contextual evidence provided by the new book. Number 1. Sun Myung Moon was a member of the World Anti-Communist League. He sure was. And isn't it interesting that his whole organization is also very, very fascist? Okay? He was a member of the World Anti-Communist League, and according to Seymour Hersh, I assume, he was also the owner of Insight magazine, the same magazine that first broke the Inslaw Promise scandal investigation in detail. Yes, indeed. Isn't that interesting? Gee, I wonder how he got the intelligence to break the story. Shortly after that expose, in early 2001, the magazine was discontinued. Do you think Moon went off script by publishing those articles, or was the debut of the story part of the plan? Was there a patriot faction or anti-Nazi group entrenched in the Department of Justice at that time? Short answer, yes. I do not think that the entire U.S. federal government is corrupt to the core, okay? I think that there are factions within certain departments of the government, the Department of Justice, the FBI, the Department of the Treasury, the Department of Commerce, that are genuinely decent, good people that are probably as appalled as you and I are at the direction that things are going. Okay? The real question is whether these groups are organizing in any informal or formal way. My suspicion is, Geiger, that they are organizing in at least an informal way. All right? Now, was that department, the Department of Justice, one of the last bastions in our government free of such fascist penetration? I don't think, conversely, that any department of the federal government is free of that influence, all right? Do you think the existence of Nazis, ETs, extraterritorial that is, was relatively unknown to the other national intelligence agencies in the mid to late 1980s when Promise was being disseminated? Okay, now, even though Sun Myung Moon popularly broke the story in his magazine, the story had been out there from the late 1980s, all right? There had been attempts to break the story in a big way. Danny Casolaro, of course, put it on the map when he was found dead of suicide in a Martinsburg, West Virginia hotel room, all right? That's what really put Inslaw on the map. But do I think that the whole Nazi thing was unknown to other intelligence agencies? And the answer is no. There is evidence that the FBI knew that this Nazi international organization existed almost from the beginning of the post-war era, because there are FBI memoranda, some going all the way up to J. Edgar Hoover himself, investigating Bormann's survival in South America. So the FBI, I would say, is one of those groups that had a suspicion, and it's very interesting, and I mentioned this in one of my books, Geiger. It's very interesting that President Truman tasked the FBI specifically to go out and find out if Bormann was still alive. Now, that's a giveaway that Truman himself suspects something is up, because he's the guy that just signed the CIA NSA National Security Authorization Bill in 1947. And under that bill, what happened? The CIA was given jurisdiction over all foreign intelligence and counterintelligence operation. So when Truman approaches Hoover to go find this out, that to me is a clue. He's already begun to suspect something is not right in the CIA. And at the time, of course, who's running the CIA? Well, Allen Dulles. And what was Allen Dulles up to during the war? Well, he's negotiating all these deals with the Nazis. He's the one that told Paul Manning, who went and investigated Bormann, yeah, you're on the right track. So in other words, Dulles knew. The Rockefellers knew. Truman wanted to find out. Truman suspected. And that tells me in that act that someone within the national security structure, maybe Hoover himself, maybe the Department of Justice, maybe the Pentagon. And for the Pentagon, think James Forrestal. That tells me that somebody in the national deep state structure was telling Truman, hey, we've got a Nazi problem and it's bad. All right. So, yeah, I think, Geiger, that you're on the right track here. There was something going on in that era. And again, I go back to what I've said time and time again. That whole post-war committee era, from McCarthy to Kefauver to Reese and all of these committees, there's something going on behind the scenes here that is not good. All right. Number 2, in the chapter in Covert Wars and Breakaway Civilizations called Airship Arcana and the Delshau Dilemma on page 304, when you detail the 5 institutional interests that made up Permindex, that there is a curious footnote in reference to the American Council of Churches headed by H.L. Hunt of Dallas, Texas. In footnote 65, nomenclature of an assassination cabal, NASA, Nazis, and JFK, the Torbett document and the JFK assassination, page 54, notes that an individual known only as Dmitri was associated with the Hunt's American Council of Christian Churches. This may or may not be, and he's citing me now, folks, a significant clue, for one might have to look for a Dmitri or Dmitri, number 1, with ecclesiastical connections indicative of the Slavic character of his name, and number 2, with a personal or professional links to the Dallas oil industry. George de Mohrenschildt, a member of the Dallas White Russian exile community and an oil geologist, might thus point to other hitherto uninvestigated areas of the assassination. There is, in fact, just such an individual whose sister was an oil geologist, unquote. I doubt it, but is this in reference to Christian O'Brien's wife, Barbara Joy? Short answer, Geiger, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to doff my hat to you. You are the first person since that book has been out, the LBJ and Conspiracy to Kill Kennedy book, and the Covert Wars, Breakaway Civilizations book. You are the first person to notice that. And you've noticed that I put that in there deliberately to get people looking, all right? I cannot go into deeper details, but if you've been connecting dots with my own past and personal associations, you will know where to look. It is not Christian O'Brien's wife, Barbara Joy. I can tell you that. So you go on to say, if not, who is it in reference to and why? Either way, do you know if the O'Briens have a murky past? Christian O'Brien did work for the oil company that later became British Petroleum, and the timing of his work in Iran is coincident with various deep states events in the region. Yes, they are. Ding, ding, ding. He was also involved in the Philippines, another hot-button area. Do you think the couple were intelligence assets of some sort? Now, this is not related to the Dmitri footnote, but my suspicion is the O'Briens were and have been in the intelligence racket in some connection. I don't know how. All right, we have Leon joining us from The Hague via Singapore. So we're going to count you as Singapore and the Netherlands. Welcome to Leon. I cannot answer the Dimitri question, Geiger. I'm simply pointing you in a direction, and you have to think long and hard. Do you have any fun personal stories about your own encounters with the American Council of Christian Churches? Answer, no, because I never encountered it. The organization went defunct, I think, in the late 1960s, early 1970s. I can tell you that I had personal connections with people connected to the Garrison investigation. But that is an intensely personal story. There are people out there that know it. I don't even quite know myself what to make of it. It's something I don't discuss publicly. I'm willing to discuss privately with certain individuals if the need arises. Let's put it that way. Number 3, speaking of oil geology, a ways back in January, in a Vidchat, we had a discussion about the past esoteric uses of crude or rock oil, including the Babylonians' penchant to anoint people with it. Well, I ruminated on the topic and thought up a potential hypothesis. The main molecular component in crude oil, benzene, is highly toxic and a deadly aromatic substance. Its high-energy hexagonal structure is one of the most stable organic molecules in nature and consists of 6 double-bonded carbon atoms in a ring like the spokes on a wheel. 1 hydrogen atom single-bonded to each carbon for a total of 6 hydrogens, a base 12 connection. If ingested or absorbed through the skin or inhaled in sufficient quantities, benzene can cause particularly violent hallucinations, and in that regard, I speak from personal experience. While detoxing benzene derivatives, I've had experiences very similar to those reported by Philip K. Dick, pink lights and all. The resulting glutaminergic surge would also serve to potentiate any other hallucinogens in use in Babylonian rituals. However, benzene rings aren't always toxic to the body. In fact, much of our biochemistry depends on them. Almost all of the body's neurotransmitters, dopamine, serotonin, norepinephrine, and so on, consist of a benzene ring bound to a single amine group, usually in combination with 2 hydroxyl groups. All hallucinogens, synthetic or natural, also have similar molecular structures. On top of all that, there's another hexagonal ring construction, single microtubules, hypothesized as consciousness transduction wires, also formed into hexagonal multi-tube structures. So there's definitely a consciousness crude oil connection there. It seems like the power elite are obsessed with 2 substances, gold and oil. Given the esoteric interest in this substance, and the fact that it's produced in the predominantly silicate crust of the earth, this got me thinking. What if, much like the shungite I've brought up previously, there are monoatomics bound in the center of those high-energy carbon rings? Possibly. If true, it would explain the continued reliance on oil, the increase in fracking, and the perpetuation of war in the Middle East. If that were the case, then the refinement process really wouldn't be about oil. It'd be about refining the monoatomics out of oil. Granted the possibility, I have to doff my hat on that one. Then, fitting their ethics, we are charged to use the byproduct. Sounds wacky, I know, but I proposed the idea to a friend of mine since he's a chemical engineer at an oil refinery. In short, he told me I was crazy. He explained that when the refinement process is all said and done, the only leftover byproduct is mostly useless pure carbon material, something called petroleum coke. I was crestfallen, and that is until he added, and I quote, then they mix the coke with some pre-processed sand or soil from some state like Arizona in order to produce aluminum, unquote. Yep, so the war on terror is all about oil, but it's also about space. After all, like Daniel Degree loves to hint, there's a reason the Apollo rocket is on the cover of the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, and by implication, it would also shed new light on everything from the Texas oil interest NASA involvement in the JFK assassination to the Deepwater Horizon spill, and beyond that into biology and consciousness. What do you think? Do you think all this is coincidental and conjecture on my part? Yes, it's all conjecture on your part, Geiger. No, it's not all coincidental. I think you're on to something. Doff my hat. Number 4. This is figure 5 from Eastland's patent, and I can't reproduce it for you here. And this is Wardenclyffe Tower, Tesla's wireless beaming of power. Figure 5 shows the method for powering HAARP by which the array is allegedly tapped into natural hydrocarbon deposits below the Earth, which are then piped off into a self-contained refinement apparatus followed by a fuel output to a magneto-hydrodynamic power generator. The patent's explanation for the image may be truthful, especially if the prior monatomic oil speculations are true, but my guess is there's a dual purpose to the design. What do you think? Would either controlled sustained burst of gamma radiation in a magneto-hydrodynamic device or a gripping of the Earth provide enough power to bring the towers down? I'm doffing my hat here, Geiger, because I don't know if you've read the new book. But in the new book, I put out 2 little dots for people, seeing if anybody would connect them. And if you haven't read the book, you've connected the dots without having read it. So I doubled off my hat. But first of all, the estimated power requirement, at least as far as Jim Hoffman's review of the directed energy hypothesis is concerned, would have been in the range of approximately 1.5 gigawatts, all right? A lot of power. Now, interestingly enough, if you look at the explanations of HAARP, HAARP's broadcast power output was precisely in that range. Now, do I suspect, therefore, that there's a connection between HAARP and the destruction of the Twin Towers? Well, possibly. But what I really suspect, as I outlined in the book, is that some sort of Tesla system was used or demonstrated with the towers themselves comprising the aerial broadcasting antenna component of the technology, all right? And therefore, please pay attention now, you would not have had to have, in my opinion, an actual power source close by running cables into the Twin Towers. What you're doing is you're loading energy into the towers via the resonance of the towers themselves, and you could possibly, if you've perfected the system, a mighty big if, there's lots of engineering problems with it, but if you have, you could potentially have a power source anywhere on the surface of the planet Earth, or potentially even in space, all right? So, yeah, I think you're onto something. Swig of tea, and we're on to question number 5. Given the multi-layered nature and cosmological symbolism employed by ancient texts, if we assume that, first of all, that the first fall of mankind is differentiation from the materia prima, can we then say that the second fall of mankind, as accounted in Genesis, resulted from the act of blowing up Tiamat? Maybe. What you're doing when you're doing there is you're conflating stories in the Genesis record that are presented as separate stories, all right? Now, there has always been a certain body of opinion in Old Testament scholarship, although it's kind of on the fringes of that scholarship, that has viewed the Old Testament as separating stories very deliberately that in the Mesopotamian texts were presented as one event. All right? So with that caveat, possibly. Let me continue. Then the act that set up the harmonious music of the spheres and engendered some potentially nasty astrological effects on mankind's consciousness and reality itself. You see it. If you blow up a planet, you're altering whatever planetary influences there are on human behavior. So what do you have to do? You have to go back and redesign your whole astrological system. And what do you see in the Enuma Elish after Tiamat is destroyed? Marduk remeasured the structure of the deep. Why? Well, you've got a new celestial mechanics now, don't you? You've destroyed a planet. The celestial mechanics of the solar system, as designed, so to speak, are now broken. So you have to redesign everything. And that's exactly what you see the text telling you. All right? Continuing. Afterwards, Marduk went out to measure the structure of the deep, but nowhere does it say he repaired the structure. He only measured it precisely. Is it possible that the second fall, analogous to splitting Tiamat into multiple chunks of rock, resulted in splitting a single entity into multiple worlds, advocated by the many worlds hypothesis? No, I don't make that connection at all. There I have to disagree with you. However, one would think that the very ancient high civilization would have been aware of the potential negative effects of their actions, which implies the threat must have been great enough to warrant the risk. There, I totally agree with you. As you suggested previously, might the likely artificial structures in space, such as Iapetus, our own moon, and some of the others, have been created to stabilize or repair those astrological consequences with the later construction of structures on the world grid as added support? Yes. And in fact, Geiger, there is a theory out there, I forget who proposed it, that the placement of pyramidal structures, in particular around the world, were done precisely to stabilize the planets. I think that the person that suggested this was that guy Eando Binder, who wrote that science fiction book called The Great Pyramid War, which is all about a war being fought in space using pyramids. But he points out, I believe in that novel, it's very rare, and I've mentioned it in my books, that originally the pyramids were constructed as kind of gravity stabilizers precisely because of the destruction of a planet. Okay? So yeah, the idea has been out there, although in a science fiction form, for several decades. So let me continue. So then the question is, what's going on today with things like the perceived acceleration of time, the Mandela effect, and increase in the occurrence of synchronicities and the movements of Earth's magnetic poles? Has reality become unhinged? And if so, why? Or is it being consolidated? Can we view such experiments, such as those that occur at CERN or the spraying over our heads, as an effort to repair reality, or are they further exasperating the problem? The powers that be must be aware of the health consequences of their actions, and since they aren't immune from the effects themselves, there must be some greater purpose behind it all, right? I just cannot accept that they all desire wanton destruction for no reason, and I'm in agreement with you. What if the depopulation Georgia Guidestone's agenda is a cover, and I agree with you here, Geiger, I agree with you here, for what really lurks in the background, whatever that may be. Now, Geiger, that last comment has so many implications. I want to try and spend a little time and do justice to it. And I realize that we've gone long, but this is an important one. You're suggesting essentially two things here. Number one, that reality seems to be, if I may put it this way, becoming more porous. Things in the physical world are getting weirder. The weather is getting weirder. The emotions of humanity is getting weirder. The politics that we see is getting weirder. It's almost as if there's some force beyond anybody's control compelling all of this. And then the second thing you're suggesting is that the spraying has some sort of role to play in all of this. Now, I'm going to suggest to you two things, Geiger, and I have suspected the same thing as you, that we are looking at real physical effects that they know about and that they're unwilling to talk about, and that they may be either inadvertently trying to plug those holes that they may have inadvertently themselves opened up, a la Fringe, the science fiction series Fringe. Because if you watch that science fiction series carefully, what is it talking about? It's talking about parallel universes, about consciousness being able to leap back and forth between the two, about the fact that if it did so, it opened up physical consequences to both universes that neither of them can tolerate. And number four, they create a substance that they call amber that they use to plug the holes. All right? Okay? So you're looking at a meme out there in terms of fiction, once again, that are suggesting possible real consequences to the very real concepts, all the way back to Tony M's commentary at the beginning of today's Vidchat, that may have some real physical implications and consequences. Now, that said, is the spraying related to this? Now, I have not yet ever studied the chemtrail phenomenon in anything like the detail that other researchers have. But my suspicion here, Geiger, from what I have read, is that first of all, you have the spraying of heavy metal in particulate form, aluminum, silicate, barium even, I've read in some cases. In other words, they're spraying heavy metallic particulate matter in the atmosphere of the Earth, and the question is why? And there are, as you've pointed out, obvious health consequences. Well, the only thing that can come to my mind, Geiger, is what they are doing is that they are modifying the electrical cavity of the entire planet. They are modifying the electrical and therefore the magnetic geometry, if you will, of the entire planet Earth. And the question is why? And I can think of many possible answers, but two basic ones stand out in that entire list that I've had in the back of my noggin for years and years about this. When you modify the electrical cavity of the Earth, and particularly of the atmosphere, what you're doing is you're creating a conductive medium, all right? You're making it far easier for electromagnetic energy to propagate in the medium of the atmosphere. In other words, you're lowering the resistance of that medium. So the first thing that I suspect with the spraying is that they are creating an electrical cavity to amplify any effect of any electromagnetic weapon that might be deployed from the Earth to space or vice versa. Please note the relevance now to the 9/11 question, because the spraying predated it. All right. Now, the other possibility, basic possibility, that's at the top of my list of speculation here, is that in modifying the electrical cavity of the Earth, you are therefore inevitably modifying through resonance effects and so on, the celestial mechanics of the solar system. And in doing so, your purpose might be one of two, if not both things, and that is to create coupling effects between the planet Earth and other celestial bodies in the solar system, particularly the sun, or you are trying to plug a hole. And the hole was opened up when the Earth's magnetic field began to weaken, and you're trying to plug it back up. And why would you plug it back up? Well, with one very obvious answer is that if you have a weakening magnetic field, the radiation from the sun begins to become dangerous. And therefore, you need to strengthen the electrical conductivity of the atmosphere, the magnetosphere, in order to prevent deadly radiation. So in other words, you're plugging a hole in a certain sense. The other hole plugging would be of a much more serious nature, that they might have found a weakening electrogravitic field around the Earth is literally opening a hole to visitors that they may not want to be here. Who knows? All right. I toss all of that out there with one final little point to remember. In the teachings of some old traditions, you have the quarantine zone, which in some traditions is at the orbit of the moon and others at the outermost orbit of the planet. And in some traditions, you have Lucifer himself confined to that quarantine zone. All right. What does the name Lucifer mean? Lucifer means the light bearer. What's light? Light is electromagnetic energy. So I leave it to you to speculate from there. All right, now, that was a whopper doozy. Doff my hat on that one, Geiger. That's the kind of stuff I just love to read and speculate about. All right, now, this one is from, let's see here, let me make sure that I'm, all right, this one is from, we'll just call him Saint Michael, all right? He says, I'm going by, oh, pardon me, it's SO Eschatonic now, all right? So SO Eschatonic, let me check my user list here to see if you're in the chat room real quickly, if my computer would be quick. I see only 6 online. Wow, that's not right. I'm seeing more in the chat room than I'm seeing in my user list. That's weird. All right, now, SO Eschatonic says this. Number 1, I was reading Egyptian mythology the other day, and a story struck me in a way it hadn't before. It was the story of Set and Apep. Apep is the serpent god of chaos, and Set is also a god associated with chaos. As the story goes, it was Set who slays Apep and brings order. Every day, Apep returns and Set slays him. In fact, he constantly reminds me of the other gods. This time, reading through this legend, a myriad of parallel myths and avatars went through my mind. It's a strange dynamic. The god associated with chaos and evil defends an old god of chaos to bring order and holds it over the other gods. I may be reading this wrong, but it seems to me that this is the first story of fascism. The weapon Set uses, I think you're dead on here, Eschatonic. The other gods associated with chaos and evil defeats an old god to bring chaos and order and holds it over the other gods. I may be reading this wrong, but it seems to me that this is the first story of fascism. The weapon set uses to defeat the chaos of anarchy is fascism. Anarchy and chaos are constantly creeping back and is defeated by totalitarian order. I'm an optimistic person, but this was really upsetting to me because the other gods seem to reluctantly accept this. Are we stuck in this chaos fascism dialectic? I wonder if you can also explain some of the serpentine symbolism in the ancient myths as well. I haven't been able to find any satisfactory material on the subject, nor have I been able to crack it myself. For instance, the staff of Hermes appears to be two snakes mating, and it's also a double helix. Also, there's the symbol of the rising snake, which is supposed to be associated with defense. Other serpents are associated with wisdom. Neither of those two are satisfactory analyses, in my opinion. I feel like I'm missing the whole point. There's also the fact that many mythologies worldwide associate serpents with very old gods, which I cannot make head nor tails of. All right, now, let me stop and say, first of all, I do think if you buy a dualistic, moral, dialectical interpretation of the metaphor, that you are inevitably led to the conclusion that chaos represents anarchy and evil and order represents good. But I think even in the dualistic view of that metaphor, you could argue the opposite case, that chaos is in fact the good and order is the evil. Why? Because chaos allows the individual to be the individual. And it's the combination of individuals working out together that produces natural order. The fascist order, please note, or the progressive socialist order, please note, is an order that is imposed on chaos, and it is completely artificial and therefore not natural, and therefore they never survive. So I think that inevitably that dialectic is not inevitable. That if there is any inevitability, the inevitability is going to be that it's sooner or later humanity is going to wake up and realize that those types of statist, totalitarian, authoritarian systems are completely at loggerheads with the natural order, and that's why they always fail. Now, it's going to take us a long time to learn that lesson. My word, we've got young people in this country thinking Bernie Sanders with his free college and socialism is a wonderful idea. And I tell them, go live in Venezuela if you want to experience socialism. They never work because they never allow the individual or human individual creativity any room to maneuver. And ultimately, that stifles everybody. It's ultimately a thing that collapses. But I think you are right to see this political social order being told in allegorical fashion in these ancient myths. Absolutely. Now, your second question is, are there any reliable sources? The first thing that I want you to latch on to SOS eschatonic is that the necessary thing that you have to understand about these ancient symbols is that they work on several levels of meaning simultaneously. I've mentioned this in my books all the way back in Giza, Death Star, Destroyed, and it actually has an academic name. I call it the unified intention of symbol. In other words, you're picking a symbol that has a unifying intention to employ several layers of meaning. The academic term for that is paranomasia, all right? That's the way these ancient symbols in language work. They are deliberately intended. They're like a piece by Johann Sebastian Bach. There's several layers or lines of music all going on at the same time. So if you're focusing on just one of them, you're going to miss what's going on in the others, all right? So the first thing to get out of your mind is don't try and understand these things in terms of just one layer of meaning. Now, that said, there's an interesting book that was suggested to me by a friend of mine in the United Kingdom. It's a book by Pierre Sabak, and it's called The Murder of Reality. And he goes into exploration of language, the meaning of words, and in particular the serpent symbolism as a symbol of wisdom, as a symbol of life, you know, double helix, as a symbol of healing, the caduceus for the medical profession, as a symbol of wisdom, as a symbol of defense, and yes, as a symbol of civilization, civilizing forces, and as a symbol of evil. All right, they're all intertwined. And it's for good reason that they selected a kind of fascist representation of order to symbolize the civilizing influences of the serpent culture. All right. Now, I don't think that that means that serpents must always be evil. You see a dramatic shift in the symbolism of the serpent with the Abrahamic religions, and then a shift again with the early Gnostics in, say, the 1st to 2nd century BC or AD. You see the symbolism of the serpent shift constantly throughout these big paradigm changes in history. And Sabak kind of digs down into the roots of what's going on here, because you've got all of these things working in the symbolism at one time or another. And I hope that makes sense. Number two, I was listening to a recent interview of yours, and you mentioned two things that particularly caught my interest. You were talking about some of the occult symbolism behind the JFK assassination and 9/11. You mentioned a photograph of three tramps and someone jumping off one of the towers in the pose of the hangman from the tarot. The reason these caught my attention is that it doesn't seem like it would be possible for any perpetrators to plan these things. I'm sure this isn't a fact you've overlooked. Is this a feature of ritual magic, some sort of deus ex machina, a result of some sort of hierarchy in the observer effect, or merely coincidence? That is a wonderful question. And let me answer it this way. I think, first of all, that when if you study magic, if you study ritual magic, over and over again, it is emphasized in the grimoires that the act itself, the ritual that you're going to perform, has to be planned down to the last detail of its timing, of its accoutrement, of the symbolic elements employed, and so on and so forth. So these details are planned. Anybody that knows the occult well will tell you that they are planned down to the last possible detail. And the reason why you're doing that is you're creating, so to speak, the maximum possible efficiency, if I can put it in physics terms, of the coupled harmonic oscillator that you're constructing in the ritual itself. All right. Now, that said, I think what also happens when you do this is you're creating, just go back to the webinar I did in the members area, SOS Skatonic, on William Tiller's experiments with consciousness and materials, all right? When you have created a group consensus consciousness intention, what you're creating is a field effect. And when you create a field effect, you're creating a system of resonance that things within that field are naturally going to respond to, all right? So when you're planning an act like this in occult terms, you're creating that field, but not every detail that results when you perform the ritual may necessarily have been planned. So in other words, the guy jumping out of the towers in the forms of you know, the 14th major arcana card in the tarot, the Hanged Man. I think it's the 14th. That may not have been a planned detail by the perpetrators of the act. It may have been, so to speak, a resonance response to it. But nonetheless, the fact that it's there in either form means that you're dealing with an occult. Thank you. 12th. You're dealing with a planned ritual. Whether that individual detail was planned as a part of it or is a result of, so to speak, the field that you've set up. And I hope that made sense. It's just like I pointed out in the book, that the size of the particulate matter being approximately 100 microns, the more or less consistent size of that particulate matter of the debris from the Twin Towers is a resonance response to an electromagnetical field that's been set up. It's like mashing modeling clay through a hole in wood. The clay assumes the shape and geometry of the field of the hole. All right, that's what's happening. It's a resonance response. Whew, that did it, folks. We have reached the end of the formal questions, and I'm going to hang around here as I always do. Wow, it's almost 3 hours it took us to get through that set. But I'm not seeing all the users here that I saw before. I'm only seeing 12 online right now. What are you guys seeing? Carla Venezia. Welcome to Carla Venezia. I'm going to have to make more cigarettes, guys, for my post-chat chat with you all, because this is my last cigarette. Busy dealer, I see you. Now, this was a fun one. Kit K. Albert, welcome to you. You guys see 33. I'm only seeing 12, so there's something goofy going on with my computer again. But anyway. Yeah, something must be going on with the internet server. And Nuclear, welcome. Anyway, yeah, that was a fun vid chat. Really diverse questions this time, but I like that in a way because we can range all over the board. Yeah, the Pierre Sabak book is a rather interesting book. It's very detailed. My only complaint about it was I wish he would footnote. You know, you've got to start getting out to people the footnote. But what I've read so far, it's very clear that he's done his homework. Yeah, and that hanged man might be Photoshopped too. And if it's Photoshopped, then it's a planned detail, isn't it? You know, my point was not to raise questions about the authenticity of the photo. My point is the photo itself indicates, whether it's Photoshopped or not, indicates an occult aspect. There's something occult going on. Well, my theory about the Great Pyramid is well known. I think it was a weapon. You know, I'm the only one out there maintaining that. All right, good morning, Freefall. Oh, the Photoshop, yeah, the devil in the smoke. I've seen that. And again, that's a part of an occult ritual. You know, to use deception is very much a part of some occult practice. Wow. Is the I think the devil face mate is Photoshop myself. Oh wow. That was a good one, folks. That was a good one. Richard Kennison is in the chat room. I see now. So hello to you. I'm sorry I missed you. Lots of doffs of the hat tonight, folks. The Sync Book breakdown of JFK assassination and 9/11. I've got so much on my plate right now that I don't know that I'll have time for that. I've got a lot on my plate. I'm reading furiously. Do I have an opinion of the cleanly cut beam in the rubble of Ground Zero? I have not seen it. My suspicion would be that that would be evidence of the nanothermite, possibly, or possibly some sort of directed energy like a laser, but you know, there's no evidence of actual lasers on that day. But that would be my suspicion there. And it might be that, you know, the picture was taken after they literally cut off a piece of the beam too. But anyway, what am I reading? Nice try, you demonist. I'm not saying what I'm reading. I've got a stack of books, 2 stacks of books actually, next to my rocking chair. And oh, that honestly, nuclear, that looks to me like it's been cut, although at a very weird angle. All right. You picked them up on eBay. You're cutting out my royalties? You don't even want to buy the new book? Oh, Richard, that wounds me. If my books are buying, buy them new so I get a little something for it. S.K. Bain's book for the JFK sinks. I didn't know he had one on JFK. I'll have to look for that. Do I think the trade towers were brought down by space tech rather than thermite? I frankly think the thermite is salted as a deliberate data point obfuscation. Yeah, I think that's just cutting the beams for demolition. I do think that there is a directed energy component of the destruction of the Twin Towers. Definitely, I've thought that since the day of 9/11 itself. Down Under ET joins us just as we end. Just as they end. Sorry, folks, I'm making some cigarettes here, so I'm kind of back and forth between the chat room and not trying to ignore you all. I'll hang around here and do some post-chat talk for a while, then I got to go eat. I haven't eaten yet today, guys. I went to bed too late and woke up too late. All right, good night, Generic Pagan. Thanks for popping back in. Hope to see more of you. My thesis is a little bit more complex, Yosipov, about the destruction of the Twin Towers. I don't think there was just one mechanism involved, and the reasons for that I get into in the new book. Considering all the pyramids on the planet, are they copying a weapon, extensions of the weapon, or can a weapon also be used as a power source for positives? Well, if you look at what I said in Babylon's Banksters, I have been battling a certain individual for years who thinks that, you know, the pyramid was constructed to be a good thing but was used for an evil purpose. And my point is I think it was constructed with a unified physics in mind, and that part of that means you knew when you were building the thing that it could be used as a weapon. And Tesla pointed this out himself about his Wardenclyffe Tower. So, you know, when you're dealing with unified physics, you can build a technology that will have a multiplicity of potential uses, and one of them is a weapon. The other pyramids I've always viewed as kind of copycat structures in a certain sense, but I do think the other ones have physics purposes in mind. My problem with the Great Pyramid is you have too many nested coupled harmonic oscillators for it to have been built simply as a power device. In other words, the military purpose was present to their mind when they built it. Do I think there could have been a connection between Moses and Akhenaten? Again, read my book, Thrice Great Hermetica and the Third Way. Thrice Great Hermetica in the Janus Age. I'm not going to ruin the book for you. Short answer is yes, but the devil is always in the details. Always in the details. And please, if you buy my books, buy them new. I don't get anything on used book resells. I hate to be a money grubber, but I really need the extra pennies. So buy the books new, folks. If they're worth having new. That way you don't get anybody else's notes and markings anyway. Yeah, Freud wrote on Moses and Akhenaten. Yep, absolutely. Freud's book is actually a very interesting book. I've read it. It's very thought-provoking. Oh, he's turning the talk to music. Oh. On an unrelated note, says Nuclear, there's a video of Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley trying to spell Gesellschaft. Oh, I imagine. German is a very easy language to spell if you know German. It's one of the few things about German that is easy. But if you hear a word in German and know German, you can pretty much spell it. There's a few exceptions, like there are in any language, but they're few and far between. I'm sure they did horribly. Nuclear says they did horribly. Richard Kennison says, I lived in Germany for 2 years. Almost done with my cigarettes here, guys. I gotta smoke because my sinuses, we must be getting ready to have a weather change here. Very interesting guy by the name of Wolfgang Wiedergut giving one of many lectures. A physician died mysteriously in 2008. Well, tell us more about Wolfgang Wiedergut. What was his thing? Mate says Estonian has almost the same sound and written form correspondence as German. I wonder if that's because of such a heavy German presence in Estonia, especially back in the Middle Ages. Oh, there we are. Yeah, I've heard Italian is very easy to spell as well. Hmm. Udina says, I heard for the first time a symphony by an Estonian composer, modern. Interesting. I've got to refresh my user list here, guys, and I'm hoping I'm going to see everybody this time. I don't know why it is not cooperating. No, still not showing as many people as are actually in the room. Carla Venezia says Italian is spelled just like it sounds. I wish I knew Italian. I have 15 too. It must be something weird in the internet. Or the boys are interfering again, you know. They don't have anything else to do. Which I doubt. I'll stick around here maybe for about another half an hour. There was another book connecting the biblical character of Joseph, says Richard Kennison, and a viceroy of Egypt named Yuya. I've heard that. In fact, I may have that book. Geiger says his chat shows 30. It must be a server problem or something. I don't know. Here in the Midwest, most people seem to be showing about half that number. A cult fan says he has a flat Earth video to watch. Shame on you. Oh, Arvo Part. Yes. Yeah. Very, very modern composer. No shaming of the mind. Well, some propositions are best left uninvestigated. Good night. What do I make of the Mandela effect? We've talked a lot about the Mandela effect. I think there's something to it. I think there's something to it. Flat Earth is just, as far as I'm concerned, a psyop to discredit the whole alternative community as being a bunch of backward flat earthers. Oh, I'll hear you out, but I will not. I will not go there. I will not engage with it. I don't have the time. You know, time to me is precious. My attitude is you cannot argue with invincible ignorance. There's no point in arguing with people that won't know if they've lost the argument. So, you know. Weaponized space-time. I think space-time has been weaponized for a long time. Long time. A long time. Nuclear says the flat Earth thing might be via sympathetic magic to discredit some other theories. All right, well, I'll buy that. You know, a psyop, essentially. That's what I think it is. Flat Earth, that whole thing. Next, we're going to be getting the moon. The moon is green cheese, people. They tried the moon isn't really there. That didn't take off. That was a couple years ago. So, you know, I don't spend time with those things. My time is too limited as it is. Like I said in the pre-chat today, I got up so late that I literally ran through the shower. You know, on my way to the kitchen to make my tea and take my vitamins and rush back in here and get all the questions printed out and all that. It was it's one of those mornings for me that went by very quickly. Oh my. Really good vid chat today, guys. Really good. Yeah, you missed the chat down under. We're in post chat. It was a European vid chat today down under, so we started at 2 in the afternoon US Central. Oh, the old Bite Show shows. Yeah, those are those are important. But don't let any interview substitute for the books. The books are the heart of it. Hard copy, new. I saw one the other day, says Romero, that was proposing that proof the pyramids were built yesterday. Jeez. Yeah, the CIA has too much time on its hands. You know, there's high octane speculation, and then there's ethanol. And most of what we see now with all of that stuff is, as far as I'm concerned, nothing but ethanol. They were written in the order that I intended them to be read, but I also realized that some people are not going to read them in that order. So, you know, they're also written to be read in any order that you want to read them. Which variant is worse, new on Kindle or used from eBay? Well, I don't get, you know, the trouble with used books is I get no royalty off of a used book sale. So I get no income from that. So from that standpoint, obviously eBay is worse. But, you know, that's a toss-up because Kindle I just don't trust for all the reasons I've enumerated many times. So for me, it's kind of a toss-up. Kindle does pay royalties. That's true. But what they do is, because the price is lower, the royalty percentage is higher, but it comes out to the same thing. SG Flux says, I've read them out of order, still got the gist, but reading from beginning to end, you get a nice story with lots of footnotes. Oh boy, the 430 versus 440 hertz tuning. Oh boy, here we go again. Ah. Here we go again. How do you get the biggest cut when I buy a new one? Buy the hard copy. Yeah, 20 bucks is a lot of books. 20 bucks is 20 bucks. But even then, I'd say buy new, because if you buy used, you're always getting the possibility that the copy that you're going to get is marked up or otherwise defective. If you buy it off my web store, I get a little extra kick from Amazon. So I always tell people, buy off my web store. It still comes from Amazon. I just get a little kickback for advertising. Uh, what about self-publishing? The problem with self-publishing, yeah, you get a much bigger cut, but self-publishing, you don't get the distribution that you get from a publisher. So it's a trade-off. The trade-off is self-publishing, you control everything, and therefore your cut is much bigger. But you also have much smaller sales when you self-publish. Did I see a sales surge after the Coast to Coast show? Actually, no. I saw a surge before Coast to Coast. Coast to Coast kind of held it steady for a while, and then it started to drop off again. But I did not see any surge during Coast to Coast. And that's been true over the last few times I've been on Coast to Coast. It used to be you could go on Coast and simply click on Amazon and watch it climb. That doesn't happen anymore. And that tells me that the audience that they used to have is not there. It's now mostly the fluff people. The only thing major thing I've done self-publishing is that 4-volume tome. Yeah, the Yahweh, that format was messed up. I need to reformat it, but it takes so much time. But the 4-volume tome is okay. Why aren't there more of your books translated into German? I suspect it may have to do with German law about Nazis and so on. I don't know. Nuclear, don't send, don't send to Giza Death Star Gmail. Just use the contact button on the website. Okay, Carla Venezia, arrivederci. I don't check Gmail. Just use the contact button on the website. It goes directly to my personal email. I don't have enough time to keep track of Facebook and LinkedIn and Gmail and all that stuff. So you'll have to resend them to the contact button on my website. And I'll just put them in the stack for next time. Alla prossima. Yeah, Coast to Coast. I don't listen to Coast to Coast anymore at all. I quit listening to Coast almost immediately when Nori took over, because the decline in quality was immediate. So I used to be a regular Coast to Coast listener. Now, the only time I tune into it is if I'm on, and I don't even go back and listen to the interviews I do on it. I'm much more interested in what I sound like on people like Dark Journalist or Forum Borealis, so I'll go back and re-listen to those and, you know, do the self-critiques. Hey, listen, if Winston wants to buy a whole other set of my books, let's not dissuade him. Let him do it. Huh. I know what Winston means, though. I actually have 2 copies of Schwaller Golubich's Temple of Man. One is my marking copy, and the other one is the good copy that I don't mark in. Pencil? Oh no, no, you don't underline a book in pencil. No. I haven't used a pencil since high school and those silly standardized tests. Scorpio says there should be a market soon for your books in Austria and Germany because Dr. Franz Herrmann mentions your books in almost every lecture he gives. Really? I didn't know that. I don't even know who Dr. Franz Herrmann is. I'll have to look him up on YouTube. That's kind of interesting. I didn't know I was being read in Austria. Yeah, the formatting in God, History, Dialectic, I deliberately tried to leave a lot of margin space in that book and keep the print, you know, readable. Hopefully that'll get all those church people who've been sending me emails off the chart in the past few years, pestering me to do that. I've noticed a marked drop in those emails since I did that. So, you know, hopefully my tactic worked. Dr. Farrell, do you remember that old movie, The Boys from Brazil? I not only remember it, I have it. Good movie. Bruno Ganz was in that, very young, when he was very young. Of course, Olivier. That's a very scary movie. And I actually have the novel, too, Ira Levin's actual novel. Can I do a Lulu copy of the translated works of Maximus? Oh, I don't even know where my old handwritten copy of those translations are. I could, I suppose, do it, but it's so much work. And, you know, I've moved so beyond theology. I did a translation years ago of the Opuscula Theologica et Polemica, and there are translational problems in that old thing. FranzHermann.com. All right. If I were to do it, I would probably just type up what I did before, you know, translational warts and all, and just put it out there and say, well, you know, it's a bad translation in spots. I did this very quickly when I was very young, and I don't have the time or inclination to go back and correct it all. I have it on the ebook GHD site. I know it's in ebook form. The trouble is, Geiger, that the ebook version of God, History, Dialectic was typed by people who knew absolutely nothing about outlining and formatting, and they thus gutted the original outline. So I had to go back in and literally spend weeks reformatting the whole thing, and it took me a long time, and I simply don't have time or the energy to do it. I might do it eventually down the line. But right now, I just don't have the energy. If I do anything, it'll probably be Free Choice and St. Maximus Confessor before I do the translations. And the problem with doing that is I'd have to do it and format it so that the pages remain exactly the same, and that would take an enormous amount of time for me. They end up in Amish country. Can you explain that? Yeah, very easily. The Amish are German. The Amish are German. Winston says that is such a good book. What book are we talking about? Boys from Brazil? I enjoyed the novel. I actually enjoyed the novel better than I enjoyed the movie. I was never, I hate to admit it, but I was never very fond of Gregory Peck as an actor. And he kind of ruined that role of Mengele for me. It's the other actors that make the movie, you know, workable for me, particularly Olivier, James Mason. Oh, Free Choice and Maximus. All right, yeah. Yeah, the Free Choice and St. Maximus the Confessor. Eventually, I might get around to redoing that. I still have people pestering me about that one too. Amish and Mennonites, Geiger, are basically Baptistic in their theology. In other words, they don't believe in infant baptism, which to me is, you know, I just don't go there. It's all part of that evangelical culture. But basically, they're a pacifistic, you know, type of theology. Mate says, what is the minimum for translation run in other languages that make business sense for you? I've introduced your books to a friend who's in Polish. Estimated the probable sale number for topics covered by you to be anywhere between 200 and 500 units. Well, in English, my books are short-run books in America, which means short run in publishing is 1,000 to 2,000 copies. I know that most of my books have gone into second and third printings, so they are they're not small sellers. So yeah, I can imagine that in Estonia, yeah, you'd have a much smaller population base, so that would make sense. No, the Mennonites and Amish, they are fully Trinitarian. So in other words, they're not Mormons or Jehovah's Witnesses in that respect. But in other respects, yeah, they come out of the so-called radical Reformation. Their theology about the sacraments is essentially Zwinglian, if you know who Huldrych Zwingli was. I don't even know what the 9/11 book is doing right now. Oh dear, I'm sorry about that, Winston. You should have corrected me at the time. I was so busy, swarmed by people. Well, I'm curious now that people have mentioned the new book on Amazon, so I'm going to hop over there and just take a gander and see what it's doing. Oh, this computer. Oh. Hmm. Oh, they're temporarily out of stock already. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, it says right now that Amazon sales rank is 3,129. That's pretty good, actually. That's a very good number. Number one in ancient and controversial knowledge. Oh dear. I'll have to look at that later. I'm going to quit here in a couple minutes, guys. I'm going to smoke a couple more cigarettes maybe with you, maybe one more, and then I got to go eat. I occasionally bring up ideas from Yahweh, the two-faced God, with people that ask what I think. They struggle to remain pacifistic. Yep. Isn't that interesting? The Common Core book should be out. They're saying Kindle in July, hard copy in August. I don't know. We'll see. No, the Amish are very closed in. They don't like to engage with people outside of their community too much. Hey, Osipov, what country are you in? I don't know if you answered my question before. If you did, I didn't see it. There is Busy Dealer asks what the status of the Secret Space Program conference is this year. I don't think they're going to have it because the last conference they did was not a big financial success for them. It really hurt. So I don't think they're going to have a conference this year. And there are some other things going on in the background that I may not go. I hate to say. Yeah, Common Core has a higher price. I asked the publisher to do that because I want to wean people off of the Kindle. I want to get people into hard copy. I just do not trust these corporations with the text of any book, much less mine. They changed the formatting, and I spend a lot of time formatting my books to look a certain way on the page. And Kindle, you know, they just don't care about any of that. And I'm sorry, that doesn't do it for me. Kindle is very Orwellian. Yeah, the Mennonites are very nice people. I grew up in Sioux Falls. We had a nice Mennonite community there. My dad actually helped them design a church. He was an architect and an engineer. We should have our own conference. I'm all for that. Anyway, Yosipov, what country are you from? Kindle is very Orwellian. It scares the daylights out of me. Scares the daylights out of me. The trouble with a conference is it's a lot. You're in the U.S. Okay. The trouble with conferences, guys, is I don't have the time to spend organizing them. You know, it's enough. It's a chore just to get the PowerPoints done because you have to time them. So I spend a lot of time making sure the timing on the presentations is right, that I'm not going too far over or too far under. And that's a lot of work. Do I think human cloning is taking place now? Absolutely, I do. Absolutely, I do. So anyway, invite Catherine Austin Fitz, Walter, Dr. DeHart. Wow, that would be an interesting conference. We'd be all over the board. We'd have to figure out a way to hook it and then market it. That's the big problem. You know, there's always the possibility of doing something informal, just getting together, which suits me just fine. I love to sit around and just smoke my pipe and cigars and sit and talk. How do they clone Trump with that hairstyle? Hmm. Oh dear, that's a horrible thought. He'd have to clone his hairdresser. So anyway, as far as the future of the secret space program conferences, I don't know. I've heard some things that give me great pause now about doing another one. Geiger says, I'd really like to hear more from Dr. DeHart. I'll pass that along. I would too. Bad, blessed Augustine. Jeez. Now the Orthodox contingent is here. Yeah, just to let you know, in the Orthodox Church, you can be a saint, but if you have some questionable dogmatic ideas, you're referred to as the blessed rather than Saint so and so. Yeah, Dr. DeHart and his new wife are doing some singing at a coffee shop there. I don't know that Dr. DeHart is going to have time for anything, Winston, for a new work, because he just got a new principal at his school that's driving him nuts. His old principal was very good. His new one is, one of these educrats, and it's driving Dr. DeHart nuts. And I hope to goodness and pray that he is able to get some sort of career in another field, because it's just driving him nuts. And I hate to see that, because I've seen him in the classroom at work and he's kind of a high school version of Professor Kingsfield. He takes no, but his students end up, loving him. What are your religious views now, Dr. Farrell? I call myself Quaker Dox or something. I'm very strongly still very orthodox in my thinking. I'm just not, because of my questions about Yahweh, I'm just not one of those kinds of people that wants to be a liberal, and remain in the church and promote liberal ideas. I just don't think that has integrity. And there are a lot of people in the Orthodox Church that do that, and they drive me nuts, because you're playing with people's faith, and I don't like that, Ramura, maybe you could get Daniel List to do a roundtable Skype group interview. Yeah, that, we've talked about that. Again, the problem is facilitating it. And the problem there is the platform, Ramura, for a conference call like that. Skype is still wobbly. The other platforms out there, you actually have to rent, and they cost thousands of dollars. So you'd end up charging admission. So anyway, Apocalypse Theater 2. I do want to do an Apocalypse Theater 2. We had originally planned a series, but that, his time is so limited with all of the hoops they make teachers jump through in modern education. It's just, I tell him over and over again, I don't know how you do it and keep your sanity. Have I heard of Paltalk? Yes. I investigated all those platforms years ago when we were going to try something like that on the website, and it ended up, those platforms cost money. And, neither Daniel nor I have the financial wherewithal to do anything like that, plus planning it, organizing it. So anyway, Daniel List is a nice guy to talk to. We have some good conversations off the record after we're done with our talks. Anyway, I don't know what his background is. He just sort of popped out of nowhere. I think he was in finance or something on Wall Street or in Boston there. Finish it myself. Ugh. I've got lots of things on my list of things I want to do. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Yaron was doing a reassessment of Denver, and I don't think he's going to do one this year because of the last conference wasn't as financially successful as they had hoped. Nuclear says that Daniel List said something about being an online reporter for tech news, specifically Apple News. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that may be. Yeah, that would fit, because he certainly has technical skills that I envy. You know, I do my news and views, and this is the production value that you see. I don't have the time to learn all that other stuff. You know, to me, the computer is a glorified typewriter, and I'm just technically incompetent when it comes to computers. Am I going to do anything more on the ancient side of my books? Yes, I'm planning to. Let's put it that way. I have a large project I've been planning for a long time that will be both ancient and modern, that I've been planning for a long time, and I'm doing the research, but it's going to be a lot of reading. A lot of reading. And a lot of time. So don't expect a new book anytime soon. And it's such a huge area that it's such a catch-all. I'm struggling right now figuring out how I'm going to put it together. But anyway. All right, one more cigarette, guys, with you guys. Then my stomach is growling. I don't even know if you can hear it. So I'm going to have to go and eat. I might be popping back in later tonight. Yeah, I'd forgotten. You're right. Daniel was in that kind of tech end of the business. No, I don't want. Right now, we're running on a shoestring still. You know, our big thing right now is we've upgraded the website's broadband capability so that you folks in Europe get decent response, and that's costing money. You know, how long we're able to keep that up, you know, really depends on how many memberships we get, how many donations, and so on. But so far, it seems to be working well. I mean, I'm pleased with what Daniel's done with the website. Hundreds is thousands to us. This is not a field to get rich in, mate. Let's put it that way. If I were rich, it would be another matter. But then again, if I were rich, the first priority purchase would be a harpsichord, or maybe one of those virtual pipe organs. You know. Tom DeLong. I've got lots of irons in the fire. Let's just put it that way. Whether any of them will pan out remains to be seen. Yeah, Denver is just not. No, I agree with what Ramira just said in the chat room. Unstable weather. It's got a very bad spiritual feel to the place. I just don't go there. Yeah, no, I don't want to crowdfund for people to buy me a virtual pipe organ. I just don't go there. Hey everybody, I want this. Help me buy it. You know, I'm not made that way, you demonist. Some people are. I'm not. You know, we could start a harpsichord fund on the website. Help Joseph buy a harpsichord. Help Joseph buy a virtual pipe organ. Oh my. I'd be hard pressed to figure out which one to get. You know, if they had those virtual pipe organs that also could double as a pedal harpsichord, I'd go for that in a heartbeat. One of my favorite things on YouTube is this kid playing the jig fugue on one of those virtual pipe organs, and you don't really know he's doing it on a virtual pipe organ until the camera pulls back, and you see he's in his home, and there's a bunch of computer screens, and then he's got his organ console. I think new universities are going to come inevitably. I think the education system is so screwed up that it's going to happen inevitably. The computer, yes, the computer is a problem. Like I said, I had air conditioning problems this week. On top of everything else, I was about ready to break down, go out and get a new computer, but I said no, the air conditioning, got to take care of that. All right, good night, Tommy H. in St. Petersburg, Russia. Thank you for joining us. I really like the Russian presence here. You're going to have to send us some comments or questions about what's going on vis-a-vis Russia. Give us the Russian point of view from the boots on the ground. Someone posted on Alexander Bruce's Forbidden Knowledge website today that you were just another one of those exotic technology WTC freaks just in it for the money. She blasted him. Okay, I'll have to look at that one. Send me the link to that, Ramiro. I'll give it a link. If you can send that link, I'll look at it. You know, if I were just in this for the money, I wouldn't be doing this, folks. I mean, this is not a profession to get rich in unless you're Stephen King, you know, or Tom DeLonge. Oh. I only wish, you know, I were making money off of this. Oh my. You know, I've got one suit, and it's not even really a suit. I've got one pair of good shoes. I've got several pairs of jeans, all the same. Oh my. Tom DeLonge, yes, clearly rolling in the money. Everybody get in the donate mood and buy JPF a pizza. No, my mattress isn't full of cash. No. No. I only wish my mattress was full of cash. $30 well, I make more than $30 a year on my books, but if I were only making $30 a year, folks, you wouldn't be talking to me. But I'm certainly not getting rich either, you know. It's all I can tell people like that says, you know, that you're only in it for the money is you write books in this area for yourself and find out just how much money you're going to make. Amazon gives the authors nothing. Yeah, well, that's true. You know, you'll notice my self-publishing stuff, I have not gone with Amazon. Number one, I don't trust Amazon as far as I can throw it. Every little bit helps, Richard. Anyway, I have finished my cigarettes, so all of you send those links that you've been talking about to me in the email. I'll try and look at them tonight before I go to bed. I got to eat, and I got to get started blogging some things too. So anyway, thanks a lot, folks. Great vid chat tonight, and I might be popping in later to see if there's anybody in the chat room. But until then, I bid you all a very fond goodbye, and I'll see you on the flip side. Bye-bye.